Buddha.
Welcome on in to the final stream of official keep pounding material that we have for right now until a new head coach and a new GM is named. We want to thank you guys for coming in, and we're going to be joining Blitzball in just a moment. Stand by for that. So, until then, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as schedules for the channel and information on the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League for the Keep Pounding channel. Now, we are going to be doing a lot of off-season stuff. Starting with Madden Mondays. So that will start tomorrow. That'll be our third time through. So if you want to still check out our channel during the off season, we'll be doing that. But other than that, we won't be doing any live streaming unless there's a major coaching hire or a new GM hire. So be sure to follow the channel and follow the Facebook page so that you know what's going on. So you don't miss those streams, guys, during the off season. Because they will come up randomly. We don't know when these hires are going to happen, so make sure you're following. Alright. That being said, uh, go check out the Shadow Warrior Gaming channel on YouTube. We'll be doing some playthroughs. We'll be putting those up during the off season in the next couple of months. So if that's your thing, go check those out. And I'm also on Twitch, Shadow Warrior 645. I'll be doing a lot of Twitch streaming here soon. So go check that out. So if you miss me during the off season, that's where I'll be. All right, let's get to the meat of what we're doing here, and let's get Blitz in here.
We believe, no matter what the decisions are, until Tepper's gone, I don't think it's gonna really officially get any better. But we'll see. We will see.
A lot of great and crazy news going on today. Some positive, some negative. But I'll tell you what, like Lock Poppy says, we here. You know what I'm saying? We here. So
we here. What's good with you?
So for those people in Blitzball's channel, make sure you're following my Facebook page and my channel for off-season news. You know, once we make our first coaching hire and our new GM hire, that's when we'll go live and we'll announce it. We'll probably announce it together, most likely, and we'll get involved with you guys and chat on that for both of those, and the coordinators as well, possibly. But otherwise, you're not going to see much content from us until that happens, other than Madden Mondays that I'll be doing on my channel on Mondays or Tuesdays, you know, depending. And gaming channel as well. Shadow Warrior Gaming channel. Go check that out on YouTube, as well as the Twitch channel, Shadow Warrior 645. I'll be doing some game streaming on there. He'll be doing some game streaming on there as well, probably, from time to time, on his Twitch channel too. So, Blitzball Gaming. Blitzballchamp Gaming, right?
Yes, that is correct.
There you go. So, if you miss us during the off season, during these next few months, that's where we'll be. Up until the end of March. That's when these streams will start cranking up, because we'll start hitting mock drafts and all that stuff and draft preparation. So the month of April will be a heavy content month. So make sure you're following for all of that. That way you don't miss these. These new coaching hires and these new GM hires could come at any time. So make sure you're following and you don't miss it.
Yes, yes indeed. And as I said in my stream, we'll go over the coaching tracker, because they just opened up a coaching tracker.
Yeah, let's get started with that.
Want to go ahead and get started with that?
Yeah.
All right. We'll get started with that, and then and like I said in my stream, don't hold back. Like, the season's over. This is where we're going to air out our frustrations. Don't hold back, okay?
Yeah. Everybody that's got an opinion, throw it out there. We're listening.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna start off with this coaching tracker, because there are right now 9 names that the Panthers have submitted requests for interviews. Now, like I said, keep in mind that in-person interviews cannot be conducted until January 22nd. They can do Zoom interviews, but not in person until the 22nd.
Correct.
All right? We're going to start with the obvious one that's been made plain and clear ever since like months ago. Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, who are currently in the playoffs and won the division.
Who also knows about Tepper's tendencies from our people.
Yes, that is correct. No head coaching experience, but a lot of offensive experience, whether it's assistant tight ends, quarterbacks, um, wide receivers, passing game coordinator, and just these past 2 seasons, offensive coordinator. And he's done well. He's done well as offensive coordinator. Um, Next big test, playoffs. But, you know, he is from the Carolinas, so I could see how that could be a favorite. Um, I guess let's get started. How do y'all feel about Ben Johnson?
Um, I like him. I think he would be a good hire, except for, the fact that Tepper is going like tunnel vision for him. That's the problem. And
Yeah,
and the fact that Tepper is now 0 for 2 on head coaches and doesn't know what he's doing suggests to me this might not be the right hire. So I might have to push back on this one because of that reason.
hmm.
But credentials wise, I like him. But we said the same thing about Frank, though.
Yeah,
Until we got him on the field. Once we get these coaches on the field, that's when we start getting screwed.
there's definitely a big point that I want to make with that, and I'll just say the title of it. But I'll go into it once we switch gears to talk about the organization with like Tepper and Fitterer
Fair enough.
is, and the title of that is we've been tricked. Plain and simple as that. We have been tricked. And like I said, when the time comes, I'll elaborate. Um, Ben Johnson, I mean, I'm okay with the idea. I know that this is somebody that, this would be his first head coaching gig. But, I mean, we'll have to see if he's really proven himself. But he claims that he's ready and was open to listening to opportunities. So regardless of how this playoff run ends with Detroit, I see him getting a lot of attention, it seems.
Yeah. Shout out to Lock Poppy who asked why Eric Bieniemy is not on the list. It's because he's about to get top crack at the Washington Commanders job. That's why.
Oh, I could definitely see that
He'll
happening
get first crack at it.
Now that they let Ron Rivera go. Yeah, I could totally see that. David says, what bugs me is a lot of fans said it was a mistake to get rid of Frank during the season, but it's Scott. Let's get rid of him. He calls the plays and manipulated. I'm just
we'll get into all that.
Upset. Frank was the problem in no development on the offense for Bryce. It's a serious problem for me. That's the only staff member I liked was Scott. I'm bummed. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna get into that. We're gonna go deep into that.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. Now, of course, this was his first official offensive coordinator job with the Texans. And sure enough, they're in the playoffs. And, they've done quite a good job with C.J. Stroud and just working under DeMeco Ryans. But to be honest, I think elevating him to head coach, I think it's a little too soon.
Yeah, I agree. And they did a good job setting up C.J. Stroud to be successful, too.
Right.
They gave him an offensive line. They gave him the proper weapons to make him succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Or to help him succeed.
What's really interesting is he went from defensive assistant and quality control coach to offense after 2018 and has been on the offensive side of things since. So I find that kind of interesting.
Thank God Scott Fitterer is gone. Marcos Cash. You're really not going to like what I got to say tonight.
Oh yeah.
I'm just telling y'all, strap in. Y'all, This could get a bit bumpy.
Yeah, just get ready. And like I said, everybody just go in. Don't hold
We're
back.
letting people get in here, man. We're letting people get in here before we get into this.
But would you consider slow it or not so much?
Um, no. The Texans guy, no,
Yeah. Okay.
no. It's too soon.
Alrighty. This next one, I definitely, if you remember, this was actually one of my potential candidates. And that's Cincinnati Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan, the son of Bill Callahan. I think a big thing that stands out to me is, he has a Super Bowl. He was a part of that Denver Broncos Super Bowl coaching squad. He was the offensive assistant. And not only that, he was a big part of Joe Burrow's development. So, if anything, maybe he can really help with Bryce Young's development, among other things, with this team. But the only thing I do kind of wonder, though, is how multi-dimensional can he be as head coach? That's really the only thing that I question. Your thoughts?
My question is consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cincinnati's had such an inconsistent year. Like, I have no idea who this Cincinnati team is. Yeah, I would still characterize them as one of the more dangerous teams at that record. In the bubble, that almost made the playoffs this year.
Right.
I'd say the most dangerous one still is the Chargers and Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Those two were the most dangerous ones.
Although it does make me wonder how things would have happened if Joe Burrow didn't get hurt for the season.
Yeah, exactly. That's my question. Would they still be consistently winning, or would they drop off the map?
Yeah. And that's not to say that Jake Browning didn't do a little something, something, just a little something, something.
Mm-hmm.
But, like you said, consistency. So,
yeah, a good offensive coordinator would make the most out of a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And at least get a couple of wins when the starter is gone.
Right. Which,
we're not asking for the moon here.
Yeah. And I think I could see him making maybe to the final couple of candidates. Even if he doesn't necessarily get hired on, because when you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
He would also be a head coach for the first time. But hey, he's been offensive coordinator since 2019. So he's I feel like he could get the bump.
It's possible. But they had a good year last year.
Yeah,
really good year.
So I would still put him on my list personally.
Yeah, I would as well.
You would as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For now.
Okay. Ooh, here's an actual head coach that has some experience. I know there's going to be probably half and half on this. And that is Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn.
He was on many people's lists back when we were trying to hire a head coach when Matt Rule was hired.
Yeah.
He was mentioned a lot during that time period, and there's a good reason for it.
Right.
The guy was a good quality coach. He actually did some work with the Browns.
Yes, and he was defensive coordinator when the Seahawks won their championship, when they obliterated the Broncos.
Yep.
So, and of course, we've dealt with him. He was Falcons head coach, which he did coach in a Super Bowl, but wasn't able to win it, due to the meltdown. But has a career record of 46 and 44. So I mean,
how do you improve on that record? You got to put him in a coaching position.
Right. Last time he was head coach, had an 0-5 start with the Falcons before he got fired.
Oh, yep.
So, yeah.
That showed.
And then Raheem Morris took over as interim head coach and got them their 4 wins that season. They finished 4-12, but yeah.
That showed that Falcons owner's impatience, though, because he only lasted 5 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude is impatient. He's been impatient for a number of years.
David says he doesn't want Quinn. So he says
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, he says
no. The rumor is he's eyeballing Belichick.
Oh, to be the Patriots coach?
No. Falcons. The Falcons owner is looking at Belichick.
Oh, to get Belichick.
Yeah. Can y'all imagine having Belichick twice a year? Ew. That's all I got to say to that one. Y'all already know how I feel about that.
And David says, while we're at it, don't want Rivera back either. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, I'll pass on Rivera, but he's better than hiring a college coach that has no experience.
This is true. I am very iffy about Dan Quinn. He's not really on my list, to be honest with you. So I'm leaning more towards a no.
I'm leaning towards no.
You're leaning towards no? Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I'm judging on what he did in Cleveland, not on what he did in Atlanta. I'm tossing what he did in Atlanta out because that was 5 games and the Falcons owner is impatient. Plus, you didn't have any talent around him, and you have to build that talent. It takes time. And that owner has zero patience.
Don't you mean San Fran?
Was it San Fran?
Yeah, because he's only been at. Are you talking about where he was a head coach or just where he
head coach.
He's only been a head coach at Atlanta so far.
Okay, so he was an offensive coordinator with the Falcons at one point, though. Or was he defensive?
Defense.
Defensive.
Yeah, he's solely defense. Yeah.
I remember his name being associated with the Falcons, though, for the longest time. And like I was saying, the Falcons owner got impatient, and it never leads to good things within the Falcons coaching staff, no matter who's over there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
no matter what coach they go after, they're going to keep that in mind.
That's a fair point. David says he wants to come here, Bill, but I don't want a cheating coach. I don't want a cheating coach either.
Me neither. Nope, Bill Belichick's an immediate no.
Let's see. So we both agree on a no to Dan Quinn.
All right.
Next up, current defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, who currently have the number 1 seed in the AFC, Mike McDonald.
I'm interested. We won't go after a defensive coordinator for a head coaching job, but I'm very interested, considering his body of work in Baltimore.
Not to mention, he comes from the tree of the Harbaugh brothers.
Mm-hmm. That makes me even more interested. He's on the list for me. Yes.
I mean, honestly, I think he could do some damage as head coach.
Yep.
I mean,
He would stay out of the offense's way and just let the offensive coordinator do his job. And that's what we want.
especially he's done some of everything with Baltimore. You know,
Then in that case, you would just get an offensive coordinator and just let him work.
Right. So I would give him some extra looks. I would. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeffrey Haverskos, welcome to the stream. He says, "So glad the season is over. My nerves can't take no more. Bye, Felicia." Oh, I mean Scott. Yikes.
I'll tell you.
David says Tepper is scary. You can't ever get fired when he's the problem.
That's a fact.
Damien, welcome to the stream. He says, "I hear Panthers are looking to get Todd Monken. He's on the list. We'll get to him in a second, Damien, but yeah, he is on the list."
Mm-hmm.
So you're in agreement? Yes to Mike McDonald.
Yep.
Okay, same here. Next up, Dolphins offensive coordinator Frank Smith.
Okay, well, this is an interesting one because if you're basing this guy's body of work off of this year, that was a lot of soft NFL teams that you just beat this year. Yes, you put up the points, but those were a lot of soft defenses that you played. And then when you ran into a legit teams like the Bills in Dallas, your numbers got cut way down. Way down. You didn't even get past 25. That's my concern here. Okay, so if we hire that as a head coach and he runs the offense, what do you think is going to happen? Same thing.
Well, we do have to keep in mind both years that he was offensive coordinator with the Dolphins, they made it to the playoffs.
True, but how much of that was the defense carrying as well?
I mean...
And how much of that was soft schedule?
Well, let's take a look at last year's.
I've got respect for the Dolphins, don't get me wrong. I've got respect for what they did. They had a strong team. But I want to see that schedule that they had last year.
So last year they finished 9-8, and they lost in the wild card to Buffalo.
Dolphins schedule. Okay, see, that further proves my point. Okay, they're going to be facing a wild card round this year against the Kansas City Chiefs. They just got exposed again. So my whole thing is they just lost to the Bills again. That's 0-2 against the Bills. That further proves my point. That once they face a legitimate team this year, they can't cut it. They couldn't get more than 14 points. They couldn't break 20 against the Ravens. And the Ravens in Baltimore around this time of the year are very, very deadly. Okay, you couldn't break more than 25 against the Cowboys, yet you did win that one. I give you credit for that. That's a legitimate threat and a legitimate playoff team. But here's the thing, even the Eagles surprised the Cowboys at one point. So, you got to be aware. The Cowboys have not been having a great December. They may be heading for an early exit. We'll see. We'll see. I got faith in the Cowboys right now. I think they will make it past that first round, but we'll see. But, they faced a Commanders team, blew them out. They faced a Jets team, blew them out. Raiders, blew them out. Okay, Chiefs beat them in regular season 21-14. You didn't break 21 points. Here we go again. So I got I got issues with this. And if we want to hire that to run our offense, I don't like that.
Right, right.
I'd rather him pull somebody else in as an offensive coordinator and be in an advisor role for that offensive coordinator, as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
That way, you can advise them on what to do, in situations where it's an easy team, and you figured out the defense, sure. But once you face a legitimate team, let that offensive coordinator do his job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where he's going to screw up because he's going to want to take over for the entire year. If he wants to do both responsibilities at the same time, it's not going to end well. You're going to get more of the same. So last year's schedule. Let me see.
So you pretty much have like a question mark on Frank Smith.
I do, yes. Let me look at. It's not letting me.
Damien says, to be fair, Dolphins never had a good O-line. Even when Marino was there, that O-line was trash. Wait. Hold up. Which years? Okay, now you gotta be a little more specific, Damien.
So it's 2022. It's the 2022 season, that they made the wild card, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You gotta remember, Damien. Marino played in the league for 17 years, bro. You gotta be more specific.
Okay, so regular season, where does it begin?
So they started off with a 3-game win streak over New England, Baltimore, and Buffalo.
I don't like this setup on the Dolphins website. I don't like how they do this.
Oh, I'm just on ESPN.com. Like I can.
I wasn't able to get previous seasons records though.
Yeah. If you go to their team
schedule,
and you go to schedule, I was able to pull it up.
Gotcha. Got it. All right.
So, opened up with a 3-game win streak over the Patriots, Ravens, and Buffalo. Then they dropped 3 to Cincinnati, the Jets, and the Vikings.
I give you credit for the Baltimore and Buffalo wins. But it's not a good look to lose to the Jets, Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh. They beat Pittsburgh. But it's not a good look to lose to Cincinnati and the Jets. Because Cincinnati that early on was not breaking 30 points. So, and the Jets blew them out 40-17.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good look right there. And you did not manage to get more than 20 points there. Don't like it. Okay, so the Minnesota game, you didn't break 20 points again. That's a playoff contender every year. Consistently. They're always in the wild card race. If not in the division title race. Because of all the weaponry that they have. Alright, so you get an easy slide through victory against Pittsburgh, 16-10. And then you beat Detroit. Okay.
I mean,
that's legitimate.
They got on a 5-game win streak.
That's legitimate. Chicago, easy win, but your defense gave up 32. Okay, fair enough. But you still managed 35 on your end, so great. Great, that's a good look. You're supposed to get that much against a defense like that. Cleveland, 39-17. That's what that score should look like. Good. 30-15 over the Texans. That's what that score should look like. Good. You got blown out by San Fran. Fair enough. You're not going to get more than 20 points on San Fran.
5-game losing streak.
Okay. I'll give you that. You're not getting past 20 points on San Fran. Their defense was just spectacular last year. Top of the league, pretty much. Okay. Chargers, 23-17. Okay. This is one of those that is a test for you that you have to win. You have to win that test in order to be considered a legitimate playoff threat. If you don't do that, you're in trouble. Because this is again another legitimate Chargers 8-5 team. That's legitimate. Or an 8-8 team. They're always in the hunt. They're very dangerous. So then you lose to Buffalo with a split. And credit to the offense, they did put up 29. Okay, fair enough. They passed that test offensively. Then you got Green Bay, 26-20. But again, you didn't get past 20 points against Green Bay. That's not good. You're in Miami. You should be able to get past 20 points against Green Bay. Green Bay's struggling right now. They lost to New England 23-21 with quarterback issues. Ew. That's the one I got an issue with right there. That's the one that exposed you last year. Because you can't get more than 21 against a New England defense that's struggling. Yikes. And Damien, finish up 11-6.
Damien says 93 was the worst for Marino. Oh, yeah, bro, because he got injured. He tore his Achilles. Continue.
So you finish up with a New York Jets team, and you get the win 11-6. You're going to sit here and tell me you can't get more than 11 points on the New York Jets? You're gonna say,
I mean,
that's not good.
They got the win after losing to them the first time, so I mean.
Fair, but that was after a blowout. So the defense stepped up, but your offense did not. Again, you're sitting there below 20 points against the Jets team. That's not good. Then you go into the playoffs and you face Buffalo, which is a real contender again, and you lose. You choke against real contenders.
Well, I mean...
You put up 31, but, I mean, that's Tua. How much of that was Tua being Tua?
I mean, that's fair. All I'm saying is 2 back-to-back playoff appearances with this one pending. I mean...
Okay, then you want to look at this year's schedule. This year's schedule, again, these guys are proving my point again. Because these are easy teams that they've beaten to get to this record. I mean, look at this. You got the Chargers, who are still struggling right now. I'll give you that opening game win. New England's easy. Denver's easy. Because Russell Wilson was struggling early on. New York Giants, I mean, come on. Nobody takes the Giants seriously that early. The Panthers, come on.
I mean...
Our Panthers, come on. Coached by Frank Reich, come on. Nah.
They can't pick the schedule, though.
Nah. Too easy. Too easy. Another blowout win against New England. Too easy. The Raiders, too easy. Come on. They didn't even get up for that game. Then you got the Jets. Easy blowout. Come on. Washington, easy blowout.
They don't make the schedule, though, bro. That's all I could say.
The Jets, easy win.
They don't make the schedule.
It's what you do with the schedule based on what these other teams are versus what your team is when you start playing it.
I
That's the
understand
point I'm
that,
trying to make.
I understand that, but you still got to play each game like it's what it is, though. No matter what. I mean, it was just like you and I
And
discussed.
that's why I'm looking at this Tennessee loss here. Like, did you just get exposed right there? Because when you got a healthy loss against Philadelphia and Kansas City, I'm like, okay, cool. I can accept that. I can understand that. You know,
Because
Buffalo once, I can see it. You know, but once you start getting down here and you take a loss to Tennessee that's struggling right now, and they just got rid of Derrick Henry, by the way. They released him. That's official.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's not a
it's
good
official.
look, bro. That's not a good look. When you're putting up the right scores against these other teams that you should be putting up, you know, blowout numbers. That's great and all. But once you face a real team, look what happens. You face Buffalo, still not getting past 20 points. You face Philadelphia, still not getting past 20 points. You face Kansas City, you're still not getting past 20 points. These are legitimate defenses. You have to get past 20 points in order to make it a game. Otherwise, you're screwed. These teams are career playoff teams in the last 5 or 6 years. You got to make yourselves legitimate in order
Well,
to be considered a legitimate playoff threat. The
it's
record
funny.
alone does not make you a playoff threat.
It's funny you mentioned that because they're
It's
gonna have
how you
another.
get these wins.
It's funny you mentioned that because they're gonna have another shot at Kansas City in the wild card this year.
Don't be surprised if that Kansas City team beats this team.
I mean, they beat them the first time
Don't
by
be
a touchdown,
surprised.
so we'll see. But
All right,
all in all,
granted, if you had, if that Dolphins team, who all is in the wild card right now? Who all is in there?
okay. So it's wild card weekend. It's Green Bay at Dallas, Rams at Lions, Eagles at Bucks.
I'm more
For the
interested
eight,
in the AFC right now.
for the eight,
Who all is in wild card round in the AFC round? Because that's what we're talking about right now.
Cleveland at Houston,
Okay.
Miami at Kansas City, and Pittsburgh at Buffalo.
If you had gotten matched up against Pittsburgh or Cleveland, that might be a different story. Although I think Cleveland would probably win. They've been putting up 35 against legitimate teams. But Pittsburgh has not. You may have a shot at beating Pittsburgh if you were matched up against them first round. But here's the problem. It doesn't work like that. You get matched up against a strong divisional opponent. That's your issue here. And with this Kansas City game, you got bad luck because you drew Patrick Mahomes and this Kansas City defense. That's real bad luck for you guys.
Damien says, you do realize the NFL schedule are made every 10 years?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
That's not.
I'm just saying, Damien, the team doesn't make the schedule, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the strength of the teams when they play each other.
Right.
So
But
that's really bad luck for the Dolphins. You know, I feel for them. I feel for the Dolphins fans. I don't think you're getting past Kansas City. I think that's a one and done.
So, with that being said, going back to Frank Smith, are you mainly leaning towards a no?
For now, yes.
Okay.
I see the potential in the offense, but when you go and you face a legitimate team, you need to let your offensive coordinator do his job and not micromanage and stay out of the way. If you get a good offensive coordinator with him that will work in tandem with him, that can battle those tough teams, then yes, I approve. But until you can do that and you can ensure that that's going to happen, that's a no from me.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, cool deal. We got 3 more. So this next one, another familiar name, and that is Los Angeles Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris, who does have head coaching experience, but he has a 21-38 record. Some say could be similar to a Steve Wilkes type of scenario.
I'm interested. That's a yes from me. He was part of that Super Bowl roster of coaches.
2 of them. Let's see. With the Bucks, let's see. He was defensive assist. Yeah, defensive quality control. And then with the Rams, he was D coordinator.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a yes from me.
He hasn't been a head coach since Tampa Bay from 2009 to 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Although he
y'all
did
sit tight in my chat. Y'all sit tight. We're gonna talk about this stuff. I can see y'all getting toxic already. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get to it. We're almost done with this part.
Yep.
Although he does have he was interim head coach for the Falcons in 2020, when they went 4-7 when he took over.
Yep.
So, I mean, his best record was with Tampa Bay 2010 when they finished 10-6. So, I mean,
that's a respectable record considering Tampa.
I guess it's just a matter of, are we willing to give him another chance at a full-time head coach position? I mean, the record is, his record, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, like you said, he's been working under a caliber of coaches that won 2 Super Bowls. So
yeah. Yeah, David, we'll get to it, man. We'll get to it. I got you, brother.
I guess I'm okay with taking a look more at Raheem Morris. You said you're down?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
All right. The first thing here is that Tepper's not going to look at defensive coordinators. He's still fixated on offensive. And that's a problem because the majority of the good head coach candidates out there are defensive.
And there's always that possibility that this could be a Rooney Rule pick.
Oh, God. I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there.
As much as I hate to point that out, it is a possibility. That's
you brought it up, so that's all you. You want to bring that subject up, that's all you.
Oh, no, I just wanted to mention it. We don't have to go any further. I just wanted to mention it.
I'll read the comments. I'm reading them. It's hard to get a word in right now because we're still talking about the head coaching candidates. But, yeah, we'll get to them, David.
Yeah, we got 2 left. We got
you,
left.
bro. We got you.
Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken, which I know Damian had mentioned.
I'm interested. The Ravens offense has been very, very solid.
Yeah, and
they proved that 2 weeks ago against the Dolphins.
Yeah, and after all, they are the number 1 seed in the AFC. Yeah, I'd get some eyes on them. Why not?
Yeah. Since we're looking at offensive guys, yes.
And then lastly, offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Dave Canales.
Interesting thing about that is, did he work with Tom Brady or no?
No, he was with
Then that's
the
a no
Seattle.
for me.
He was with the Seattle Seahawks when they won that Super Bowl against the Broncos. He was wide receivers coach. So,
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me.
yeah.
Not interested in anybody from the Bucks.
So
That's a no, thank you.
those are the 9 candidates so far that have been put on the coaching tracker.
Yep.
And as time passes, like, whenever they add more, we'll, keep folks up to date.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody, thank y'all so much for your patience. We can finally open up that box.
Let's open up that Pandora's box, buddy. This is gonna be nuts.
How do you want to do this?
All right.
I mean, we could simply do a you go first or I go first. I mean, I know you and we've talked some.
I kind of want to read chat and then I'll run through mine, and then you run through yours. Because then it's gonna start. It's gonna culminate into a debate, which is what we want. A healthy debate.
Right. So everybody, just a heads up. Corey and his chat is gonna go first. Okay. Those that are watching both, Corey is gonna go first and go through his chat. So just please be patient. Those that are in my stream, please be patient.
It's quite a chat right now. So between like 2 people.
Yeah, and just try to follow along. I got everything stamped, so I'll try to go through when it's my turn. Corey, you have the floor.
All right, so let's start with Marcos Cash, who says, I wouldn't mind Rob Lohman, director of pro scouting in Detroit, as GM. They've been hitting the draft lately. All right. There were actually three names listed that we are looking at for GM that I got word of, but I don't know. I'd have to go find that. So I'll do that in a little bit. Okay. And we'll discuss that later. But obviously, I want to get into the heart of the debate first before we talk about those names.
Okay.
David Screws says, Scott being fired is a joke. Tepper is the problem, but not Scott. Thanks, Tepper. Keep on having a losing franchise. Here we go. It has begun, folks. It has begun. We're starting off with a bang.
So, all right. Who all so far in your chat is not cool with the firing of Scott Fitter? David Screws is not cool. So far,
it's just David Screws. I don't know Locke Poppy's opinion right now, but okay. I need to get his. Hey, Locke, if you're still in chat, throw out your opinion, buddy.
Okay. All right. Continue.
But, let's start here. Okay. Marcos Cash says, what has Fitterer done that was good, David? David Screw says, let's go back when Wilkes was in what happened. Marcos Cash says, what does Wilkes have to do with Scott Fitterer? David Screw says, case settled. Scott had these players, excellent players, and the coaches that Tepper hired are stupid. Wilkes had a better record than 2 coaches combined. How do you like that? And Scott was GM. But a GM can't thrive under a crap coach. True. It's Tepper, our owner. Wake up. A GM doesn't call plays, right? Also true. GMs do not call plays.
Right.
Again, what does Steve Wilkes have to do with anything? You have no legitimate argument. I'd say he does. He made a couple of good points there. Now, let's be patient, Marcos Cash. Hear him out. You're in Freddie's nightmare. Most of the fans in this fan base are very sad. David Screws, go sit down before you hurt yourself. This is getting bloody in my chat. Jeez.
Yeah, I had a feeling it.
There's some feathers flying out here.
Uh-oh.
We got an old Mike Tyson fight up in here. Okay. Let's keep it a fair fight, guys. Let's keep it a fair fight. David Screw says, I don't care when Scott succeeds. I don't come crying. Don't come crying to me. You make no sense. No, I know facts. You don't. Frank, Tepper, big problem. Okay, sure. Lol. So did Scott call the plays? Okay, I'm used to ignorant fans. Marcos Cash says, no, Scott did not call plays. What's your point? David Screw says, are you blind? Marcos Cash says, David Screws, are you saying that Scott Fitterer was calling plays? No, he's not saying that. He already stated that. Read, please. David Screw says, under Wilkes, we almost made the playoffs. Different energy, but Tep didn't want that. He wanted a crap vanilla offense under Frank Wright. Nobody mentions that. Ridiculous. I mean, he's got a point. We don't know what Tepper wants. That dude is a wonderland half the time.
We have to remember this dude does metal. He does metal.
We don't know what that man's brain is consistent of. Half the time, that man's in Narnia.
Yeah,
when he's making decisions. So you got a point there.
Yeah, I actually have to agree with that. If it's one thing that is obvious is David Tepper does metal. So take that for what y'all will.
And I got something else to add about Tepper as well. It just came out that supposedly the fan that he was arguing with, I don't know if this is legit information or not, but the fan he was arguing about was talking about, was heckling Haynes, and talking about bring out the stretcher. And there were a couple of FUs thrown around, and Tepper threw his drink on him. That was supposedly what everybody was rumored to have said. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what came out. I just saw that before I started streaming. I was just like, what? That can't be right. That doesn't sound legit. And I started checking around, and I've only seen it on 2 pages so far, so I don't know. Somebody confirm that, please. If you see it on a major site that could be considered legitimate, let me know. But I just think, if that's legitimate, you still can't throw your drink on somebody. Come on now. That's not cool. That's assault, technically.
Yeah.
You still cannot do that. So, let's get back to it. Marcos Cash says, bro, again, for the 3rd time, what does Steve Wilkes have to do with anything? I'll tell you what Steve Wilkes has to do with everything. Steve Wilkes actually won those games with the crap talent that we had on this roster. What did Matt Rule do? Nothing. Won one game. Won one game.
Does have a point.
That's what Steve Wilkes has to do with this. And that'll allude to my further points. I'll get to that later. But I do want to defend Steve Wilkes there. Scott will be in a better atmosphere where he will thrive under a good coach. Mark my words. And that alludes to my further points as well. Marco said at David Screws, are you okay? I explain myself, not explaining about anymore. You're too blind to see the truth. And that's Freddy Krueger's nightmare. That's our fans. Marcos Cash says, David Screws, you keep flip-flopping between Scott Fitterer and Steve Wilkes. It makes no sense at all. David Screws says, they don't understand what's really going on. I explain. Read the comments. I'm not repeating myself. Marcos Cash says, please don't, for the love of God. This is
Come
wild.
on,
This is wild, man. Um, David Screw says, "I'll repeat if you want it." Apparently, you don't understand, poor baby. This is, come on, guys. Marcos
man.
Cash says, "Nah, I'm good, bro. Just stay quiet, bro. No, we're not gonna encourage people to stay quiet here.
Don't stay quiet.
That's not what we do here.
We're here to
That's
air out
not
the
what we do.
frustrations. Like
Right.
everybody's frustrated.
Everybody needs to have their opinions out here.
Yeah, let's give everybody a chance to air out their frustrations.
Right. If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. Just stay silent.
Yeah.
And talk about something else. There's always other topics. We have tons of Panthers topics to talk about tonight. So just pick one at random. It's like Jeopardy. But they all lead back to the same things, basically. In honesty, we let go of a good GM, but everybody wants to celebrate. David Tepper says. David Screw says that. So Marcos Cash says Fitter has passed on Micah Parsons, Patrick Surtain, and many more. He also traded away 11 draft picks that we will never have back. Terrible free agent signing. I'll address that later on too. I got some counterpoints to that. We traded away CMC, DJ Moore. Yes, Tepper is meddling. And David Screw says Scott ran the offense. Yeah, sure. You're fired. Great Tepper. Alright, and we're caught up. Okay. I'm gonna let you go through your chat, and then we're gonna run through our points.
Alrighty. So,
oof, I'm gonna have a bunch to get through here.
Sure. Going through mine. Let's see.
A lot more fun in my chat than yours now.
Okay. Damien says y'all can have Luke Getzey and Eberfus as OC and DC. Nope. Jeffrey says we'll build this team right as long as Tepper's don't. I don't understand what he's saying.
Tepper doesn't interfere.
Right. Or Tepper doesn't tamper. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yep.
David says no celebration for me on Scott firing. Damien says, oh yeah, about Marino. Yeah, talked about that. David says Tepper's the problem. Wake up. Jeffrey says, OMG, Tepper's talking to Belichick. I know I misspelled. We already talked about how we feel about that. No to Bill Belichick.
Absolutely not.
David says just a point, and I hate Jerry Jones. Don't blame someone and single fits out when the owner is the problem. Tepper is the biggest clown. At the end of Killer Clown's Outer Space. That comment is golden. That comment is golden.
Good stuff. Good stuff,
Actually,
man.
it is. I remember Killer Clowns of Outer Space.
Oh, that was a great
classic. Damien says 93 was the worst for Marino. Yeah, that's the year he tore his Achilles.
Facts.
Jeffrey says, David, Cowboys in the playoffs. We won 2 games this year. There's a big difference. I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
If y'all are missing Fitz, y'all a fool. To be fair, Damien says, to be fair, the Jets beat the Eagles when the Eagles were playing good. You do realize NFL schedule are made every 10 years. Jeffrey says, I love all Panther fans. Teppers and Scott killed it. And I'm caught up.
Okay.
So, with the points, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just go right into it, or do you want me to go first?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and say what I need to say, because this is gonna be a little long-winded. You're gonna disagree with some of it, but I got to get my points across, man. This is getting too out of hand here.
Alrighty.
And I see Broski buried your chat going, Panthers scored 0 points in the last 2 games. Okay. All right. Where are your Bears at right now? They're still sitting on the couch too. Stop it.
All right. The
Stop
floor
it,
is
bro.
yours. The floor is yours. I assure you, I will wait patiently.
All right. So with this firing, like I said, the timing is horrendous. I'm going to begin with this. Our history of switching out between GMs and head coaches has been bad. And I think that when you fire Scott Fitterer, you're firing the horse in this situation that is going to get you to your destination. Okay? You're getting rid of the horse when the owner should be blamed for leading the horse to a mirage. Now, here's something that nobody else points out.
Okay.
We have a top 10 defense, do we not?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think we got that top 10 defense? Who got those players?
I'd have to say Scott.
Right answer. Therefore, considering Scott's history as a yes man, he gets whoever the coaches want him to get, or coordinators want him to get. He has no control over his own choices, and even if he did, it's like a dog chasing a milk truck. He wouldn't know what to do with it even if he had that power. You know what I mean? So, my whole thing is, when you got a yes man like that, okay, imagine what he has done with a good defensive coordinator like a Jaro. He's put players on the field. He's gotten us talent. He's gotten us weapons. He's gotten us what we needed on defense. Nobody could argue that during this defensive year. Okay, let's go back to Wilkes. Look at the defensive pieces he picked up during Wilkes' time of head coaching. That's when you have a good leader taking over this team and actually knows what he's doing with it. Look at the pieces we picked up. Those pieces helped us survive that season. We got wins where we should, and we took L's where it was healthy to do so. With those pieces that we already had, which were Matt Rule's pieces, but Wilkes took them over and still managed to do what he did. What I'm saying is, these terrible head coaches asked for these players. Okay? That these crap head coaches asked for these terrible players that are sitting on our roster right now. So who do you want to blame for that? The head coaches. Because they're the ones asking for these players. They're not running this offense. They're running it into the ground. Before this season even gets started, you're already running it into the ground. Okay, let's look at Matt Rule. Matt Rule asked for the roster that we had last year. What did we do under Matt Rule? Nada. Zip, nada, nothing with those players. Because they were the wrong players. They've been the wrong players since the beginning. It starts with the head coach asking for the right players. If you don't ask for the right players, you're already screwed. You're already screwing yourself. And we haven't even put these players on the field yet. Sure, they look good. Sure, they look awesome. Their resume looks great. And then they put them on the field and they're mismanaged. by a terrible coach. Because when we put these coaches on the field, they don't know how to manage and develop these players. That is the main source of our problem. We don't know how to develop these players. That has been evidenced for years in Panther history. Years. And it started with Ron Rivera. Honestly. But it's continued on as a horrible infection up until now. It realistically started in 2016. But it's been worse and worse and worse. So, these good players that come out of this team, that come off of other teams, will then waste a year here and then go over to another team and become Pro Bowlers within a year or two. Why is that? Because they fit that scheme. They're developed and managed properly. We're doing it again with Brian Burns, Jeremy Chin. You know, and it's just gotten ridiculous. These guys will not be here within 3 years. They'll be in another team. They'll be getting Pro Bowl honors. I guarantee you, if we let go of Brian Burns right now, forget the contract garbage. If we let go of this man, no matter how we do it, this man is going to end up becoming a Pro Bowler under the right system under a 4-3. Because they're going to strictly stick him at defensive end, and he's going to put up the monster numbers that he put up the first 2 years. Watch and see what I'm telling you. Stop being a hindsight team. We keep doing this every single year, and it's a catch-22. And it's pissing me off. Because we know better than this. And all we get is a little bit of cash money back in our cap. We don't get any picks back for it. None at all. None at all. Did we get any value out of that CMC trade? No. Did we get any value out of that Bears trade? No. Well, arguably. We'll see on Bryce. But was it worth the trade value that we gave up for Bryce? No. But that's not even Scott's fault, really. Because when you talk about the quarterback trading system, that's a whole nother rabbit hole that I got to get into. Because the Matthew Stafford trade screwed up the trade value. Because it used to be just 2 first-rounders. Back in the day, you used to not even be able to give up Peyton Manning for 2 first-rounders. It would be 2 first-rounders exactly to get a guy like that. Now, you're looking at a first, a second, a fourth, and every other doggone thing under the sink, for a quarterback. And it's ridiculous. The Watson trade didn't help with that. It made it worse. So, okay, we're trading up to the number 1 pick. We're trading up to try to get a quarterback. Okay, the Bears asked for the moon, and we gave it to them. We gave it to them. The Texans were ready to talk to us, but they backed out. Why is that? Because they knew that we were going to be suckered into that first-round pick trade talk. And I know this is a lot, and bear with me. But there's a lot of stuff you're going to want to break into here and sink your teeth into. And I can repeat any of it that you need me to repeat. Okay. So that we can get more in depth into it. Because I know there's going to be some healthy debate on this. Now, as I have mentioned earlier with Scott Fitter, let's get back to Scott Fitter. When he was asked to get these players, you led him to a mirage. on offense, but you led him to a lake on defense. You gave him water, actual water, and he made a river out of it. That's my point, man. You don't get rid of the puppet. You get rid of the puppet master. You don't get rid of the horse. You get rid of the horse master that's leading the horse. The horse itself is not the problem. It never was. Now let me present a crazy situation for you. Okay?
Okay.
Imagine, if you will, that we get a good head coach, and Scott is still GM. We get a good offensive coordinator that it installs a good scheme. The head coach stays out of the way of the offensive coordinator and just runs the team. It doesn't try to be an offensive guru at all, but just lets the offensive coordinator do his job and install the scheme. That scheme, with all the players revamped, within 2 to 3 years, works. Okay? If you're still drawing bad players after that point, after 2 years of installing that scheme, that is Scott Fitterer. That's my point. And I doubt that's going to happen. I seriously doubt that's going to happen. Because if you lead that horse to water, he's going to give you a Niagara Falls. And he's already done it on defense. That's how I know that Scott is not the problem. He's already proven he can get good players for your defense. Now, the question is, what are you going to do with them? That's where we keep screwing up. We have gotten talented players from 6 different systems on offense. But once we try to put them in practice, we had no idea what we were even doing with them. We had no clue because Frank had no idea what he even wanted to run. Yet you ask for all these players and expect different results. Okay, yeah, it looks great on paper, but in practice, it is messy, 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 messy. It looks like a kid's cartoon drawing. Let's be real. That's exactly what it looked like on the field. We had no clue where these wide receivers were even supposed to go. And you cannot run a successful offense doing that. You have to get players from a certain scheme and revamp the offense correctly to fit that scheme. And the source of the problem is Tepper, because he keeps hiring the wrong doggone coaches every time. That's the root of the problem. It's been the root of the problem since day one that this man took over. Nobody can deny that. There is evidence that Scott can be successful if given a chance to do so. Now, who encouraged those trades? Who encouraged those moves when we put Wilkes in? Wilkes did. Who encouraged the moves that we made to save this season and get Troy Hill this year? Chris Tepper did. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have Troy Hill. You're welcome. You wouldn't have had corner help. You're welcome. Chris Tepper was sitting over there like, you're welcome. Like, I'm doing what I can to save this team. You don't want this. You don't want this success. You want to keep throwing drinks on people, Tepper. That's what you want. You want to keep having temper tantrum problems and anger problems. Well, good luck with that. Just because you got billions of dollars doesn't mean you should spend it just willy-nilly however you want to. It's called accountability, sir. And I'll give you credit. You did hire a consulting firm, but you still have the ability to totally ignore anything that consulting firm tells you and do whatever the heck you want because you're David Tepper and because you got a gigantic ego the size of the moon. Like, that... This is not hard to understand. You are trying to get to the destination. You need to lead the horse to water. I don't understand why people don't get this. It's a perfect analogy that describes Scott Fitter. And now you have punished the horse when the rider is an idiot. And has led you to a mirage. The rider is still an idiot. He's going to go get another horse, and he's going to lead you to another mirage. Meanwhile, the good horse that you just let go of, now I'm not saying great horse, I'm saying good horse, because if you lead him the right way, he can get you prosperity. I'm saying good horse. We'll go to another team, become the GM there, and actually work with a head coach that actually knows what the heck they're doing. And watch the success. I'm telling you, this is coming. And if you don't believe me, watch the results. Why is it always, I tell you guys what we could do, we do the complete 180 opposite, and all these people go to another team and they hurt us and screw us over. And they become successful. And then we're stuck here going, oh, I miss this player. I miss this player. We got the Wolverine picture in front of us, laying in the bed. Oh, I miss this player. It's like, come on, man. Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Idiots. Idiots in our management, man. And it just never gets any better. So now you're taking a Vegas-style gamble on not only a head coach, now you're taking a Vegas-style gamble on a GM. And let me tell you something, folks. If you've ever been gambling in Las Vegas, the house always wins. The house always gets what they want. And in this case, the house is David Tepper. He always gets what he wants because he's a whiny crybaby and he acts like a 10-year-old child when he doesn't get what he wants. Do you want that hiring your next GM and head coach? Think very carefully about that. This is the man that threw a drink on a fan. This is the man that ruined the city of York County. This is a man that refuses to change out the turf and prevent injuries in Charlotte. This is a man that ruined training camp for people in South Carolina and took it up to Charlotte. And ruined Wofford College because of it. This is who is hiring your next head coach in your next GM. And he's already 0 for 2. On head coaches that do not belong in this league, anywhere near the league. Anywhere remotely near the league. And you think this man is going to hire the right person for either job? You're delusional if you think that. I'm sorry, you're delusional. The last thing we need right now is Brian Burns and his contract garbage. And I'll get into that in a minute. But right now, I'm just so fed up with Tepper right now. Every chance this man has gotten to do the right thing, he has screwed it up and gone the other direction. He has not apologized. He has not done anything positive for this organization. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be negative, but this is tough love. This is tough love corner right now. Somebody's got to be that guy. I got to be that guy today, apparently. Everybody else is celebrating this. Look at the big picture. Look at the facts I presented you. Look at everything I presented to you. Open your minds, folks. See out of that tunnel vision view of what you think this team should be for just a minute. And look at what I taught you through information there. These are facts, folks. These are cold, hard facts. This is what's really going on with this team. People don't want to hear it. But somebody's got to lay down the gauntlet, man. Somebody's got to come out of the corner swinging like Mike Tyson and telling y'all how it is. And people don't want to see it. They don't want to wake up. They want to be delusional and live in their own Narnia land. Okay, great. While the rest of us live in frustration and anger, watching Tepper do the wrong thing again. What has Scott Fitterer done? He has created a top 10 defense with Ajaro. He has created a successful defense under Steve Wilkes. That's what he has done. He has gotten you a quarterback, which everybody's been... God. Everybody's been complaining about that for 6 or 7 years now. All I hear is just, we need a quarterback, we need a quarterback, we need a quarterback every year. Y'all just won't stop with that. Okay, he traded up and got you a quarterback. Now what? Y'all want to complain about the quarterback we just got. And then you don't put pieces around him because of the head coach, and then everybody complains about that said quarterback. You give him a terrible system, you give him a terrible everything that he doesn't need for his development. The complete 180 of it. And dude, people want to get pissed off because Bryce hasn't done what he's supposed to do. Oh, wah. Boo-hoo. Get a clue, folks. He hasn't gotten what he needed to succeed anywhere near what he needs to succeed. And you want to blame the quarterback for that? Okay, he is about 15% of our problem right now. I'll grant you, when he's had a clean pocket and he's had a chance to look around and find his wide receivers, he hasn't succeeded. I'll grant you that in those specific times. There are other times when he did succeed, like the Green Bay game. But you're gonna sit here and take that one game of success and throw it in the trash and say this dude is not successful at all. It's either black or white with this fan base, huh? That's what we're dealing with? This is just more of the same from you guys, man. More of the same. I've been watching this for 6 or 7 years now. Y'all been doing the same doggone stuff. And then y'all want to flip-flop at the wrong moments. And blame the wrong people every single time. I don't know how y'all consistently keep getting it wrong. I don't know how this happens. I have to be that one guy outside of the box thinker every single time that has to open your minds and wake y'all back up. This is getting obnoxiously annoying. I love y'all, but it's getting obnoxiously annoying. This is not a time for positivity for me. This is a time for letting my toxic anger out here. And letting people know, wake up. See the truth. See what I have presented you and understand that there is more to this puzzle than what you are seeing. We fired Scott at the wrong time, and it's going to cost us. You don't have an established head coach. You don't have an established system. You don't know for an entire complete fact that this man is the problem. Yet you did it anyway because you were too impatient and you watched another a 2-win season, which was not his fault. It's the head coach that asked him for these players. on offense. He's just doing what that head coach told him to do. He's just doing what Steve Smith told him to do. He's a yes man. He got Mingo because Steve Smith said, I want Mingo. He got DJ Johnson because Ajaro said, I want DJ Johnson. He got Jamie Robinson because Ajaro said, I want Jamie Robinson. Now, those two have not panned out, but not every one of these guys is going to pan out. You're going to have some misses in there. My point is, he listened and he said, okay, yes, master. Your wish is my command. I'm your genie. You ask for whatever player, I'm going to get it for you. The results may vary. You know, whatever may happen after those results are on you. You ask for it, that's on you. Now, my thing is, at what point do you watch this offense fail and you say, now why did you ask for these players when you knew this was going to fail? When you knew you had no playbook, you had no plan. Why did you ask for these players? That would have been the first thing out of my mouth when you start asking for a laundry list of players. That's no better than Aaron Rodgers when he got to the Jets asking for a laundry list of players. But the difference is Aaron Rodgers knows what he's doing. He knows what he's asking for. Frank Wright does not. We've thrown down that curtain earlier this year. We know exactly who that man is. And when you don't suck out all the poison out of the wound, which was Thomas Brown, he's going to go digging into that Frank Wright trash can dumpster playbook, and he's going to come up with more trash. You didn't get rid of all of the trash, bro. You get rid of all the venom. And it cost us a playoff trip and a successful season. And getting to Thomas Brown, you had all season, after watching 8 weeks of this trash, to come up with a better playbook. And you kept using that trash can playbook. Why? Thomas Brown cannot do this either. He's not successful. Okay? We need to get a legitimate offensive coordinator that can do this job. I'm tired of screwing around with people that don't know what they're doing. We need established people with good records that understand what needs to happen and how to do it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Get it done. And act on it. Develop these players properly. Use these players properly. And let's get some wins. Like, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of ranting about this every week. And what you have done here, by firing Scott Fitterer too early, is putting us a heartbeat away from a 20-year losing season. Drought. That's exactly what you just did. People don't know what they just asked for. They have no clue what they just asked for. And I'm going to tell you what you asked for. You asked for 20 years of misery. I'm going to tell you what. Karma is a B. Y'all know what the word is. You know the phrase. It always comes back to haunt you. Every time. Every time. Tepper, you dug up this grave. You put us all in a coffin. You nailed this coffin shut. You nailed yourself in it. Yourself in that coffin. Now you got to live in it. But Mr. Tepper says, "Oh no, 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 no! I don't have to be in front of the press. I don't have to be in front of the press. What? Why do I need to answer questions on this? What a coward! What a coward, bro! I'm sorry. This dude is a coward. The NFL needs to make a rule where if you make a decision on a head coach or a GM, you need to be required to do a press conference and answer questions and hold yourself accountable. Because if you do not, you need to be fined. And I'm not talking about that $300K. I'm not talking about that $300K. I'm talking about a serious dent in your IRA. A serious dent in your IRA. To where it makes you sweat at night. Knowing you're going to lose that much money. I need these guys to think before they make decisions. Because this crap is starting to really piss me off in Carolina, man. Because we keep making the same stupid mistakes and not being held accountable for it. Okay. Well, if you make a stupid mistake, you need to be held accountable for it. I want this in writing. Owners, y'all make up the number. Y'all create the number for this one. Because this is the only way these guys are going to wake up. And realize, oh, just because I got billions of dollars means I can do whatever I want. Fool, you're not Donald Trump. Get out of here. You're not Donald Trump. You're not Bill Gates. Stop it. Like, I don't see those guys, like, buying up $1 million mansions just because they feel like it. You're not a rapper. Okay, with billions of dollars. Let's just build like 15 houses and five bathrooms and 15 cars. Come on, man. These people don't like manage your money properly, please. Like, this is getting insane. And yet these guys get tax break after tax break after tax break, and it's insane. I'm not even going to get into the political part of it. Because this is ridiculous. I'm not even going to go there. Because it does go that direction too. But these guys have no accountability whatsoever. And they keep forgetting the fact that they're owned by the NFL. They are employed by the NFL. They are under contract with them. The NFL owns you. How do you think you got some of those billions of dollars invested in some of these franchises? Alright, so I want every one of these guys, when you make a decision on a head coach or a GM, come to the podium. You cannot avoid it. If the players are held accountable for that crap or they get fined, you need to be too. Everybody remember Sherman? Sherman, the corner for Seattle?
Oh, Richard Sherman.
Yeah, Richard Sherman. This dude just comes up to the podium. He's just like, I'm here so I won't get fined.
Oh, that was Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch. All right. Same point. I'm here so I won't get fined. That's what I want from these owners. I want your butts on those podiums answering those questions. Because if these players have to face that, you have to as well. You need to be up front and center. Not hiding in your cowardly basement. Acting like you can do whatever you want and just get away with it. And then have temper tantrums all over the world, out in public, and nobody holds you accountable. Man, it's $300K, man. That ain't holding somebody accountable. That's got billions of dollars. And furthermore, you spent about 1/10 of our net worth on 2 head coaches that have no business being in the NFL. No business at all. You want to try to tell us, oh, We want you to come to the games. We want you to come to the games. When you're putting a crap product on the field. You expect things to get better? No, that's the definition of insanity. You keep doing the same stupid crap over and over and over again, expecting different results. This is year after year after year after year. It's got to stop. Break the wheel. Please. I'm so frustrated right now. Like, everybody else is celebrating this Scott Fitterer firing. I'm like, what are you doing? This is not the right timing. Now here's the deal. Here's the thing. All the people that are arguing for Scott Fitterer's firing, okay, I'm willing to hear you out once we get an established coach and an established offense and everything in place to get the players. And those players don't work out. Okay, fair. You got a fair argument at that point. Because that proves he is the problem at that point. If he gets you crap players still. But you can't prove that anymore because you just fired the man. Who you don't even know even if he was the problem or not. This circuit, this Barnum and Bailey circus has gone on long enough. I'm telling you, right now, this circus has gone on long enough. We need stability, we need answers, and we need solutions. Not more garbage. I wanted so badly, man, to support Tepper, man. I did at the beginning because I thought, okay, new owner, new fresh start, you know. Let's get it, you know. But the man has done nothing but negative things. Let's just be real. Nothing but negative, and this is another one. You chose the wrong timing, and now you got an owner that's making the GM decision. I'm not on board with this. I'm sorry. I'm not on board with the timing of this. Now, if you can legitimately prove to me later on this man was the problem, fine by me. But you cannot prove it right now because he's gone. Okay? And the opportunity to get this new GM could either go amazing, like decently well, or horribly wrong. And knowing our owner right now, it's going to go horribly wrong because of his past history so far. I'm done being optimistic with this man. I'm done. Normally, I am the golden sunshine of optimism with this team. But now I'm done with it. Because this man has shown me he cannot get this right. He has a history of screwing it up. So what makes you think he's going to get this one right? What makes you think he's going to get this right? And I'm not saying that Marty Herney was a golden ray of sunshine either. He screwed us up too. So who you going to bring in here? Who you got? You got to replace him with somebody. And he better be a champion. And I need to bring this up too. Because, and I hate to do this. I had to do it though. Because y'all forced me to do this. How much was Scott Fitterer making? 6 digits. 6 digits. While everybody else is making millions of dollars. 6 digits. Y'all don't believe me? Go Google it. It will boggle your brain.
As in, you're talking about Scott Fitterer's salary?
Yes. Read the number out, Blitz. I need people to understand. Let's put this into perspective. I want you to read that number out first, and then read Matt Rule's contract number, and then read Frank Wright's number. You tell me what the difference is. What you got for me?
So, based on the net worth,
Yep.
1.29 million.
Okay.
As a 2024. Now, when he came on, it was about a net worth of 773,000.
There it is. There it is.
But of course,
now how much? Now how much is Matt Rule making?
Currently, or when he was with us?
When he was with us. How much?
Okay.
Listen to the difference, folks.
It was 7-year, $60 million that had an annual base salary of $8.5 million.
Are y'all starting to see a problem here? Are y'all starting to see a problem with this? A head coach is making more than a GM. A head coach is making more than a GM. Where's the hierarchy? All right. Frank Wright.
So, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
No. Frank Wright. Hit up Frank Wright.
Oh, you're saying Frank Wright.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let these people know what Frank Wright is making. I need y'all to understand. Massive difference.
Let's see.
And then I'm going to get into my chat once I'm done with my soliloquy here.
So, let's see.
And then I'll let him talk.
I thought I had come across this. So, according to ESPN, so Colts are paying $9 million per year.
I don't care how much the Colts are paying them. I want to know how much we're paying them. Bump the Colts, man. Colts ain't done nothing for him either. And likewise.
I'm trying to...
Except for 2 playoff wins.
So it's only talking about him being owed $36 million.
Good enough. Good enough. How much is that per year?
Oh.
Of a 3-year contract.
Actually, I found it. So it was a 4-year contract.
Four.
It was about
4-year contract.
It was about $9 million per year.
Again, listen to the difference. Listen to the difference. Why is a head coach making that much more than a GM that is higher than him on a hierarchy? Do you see the problem here? Does anybody here see the problem here? That's messed up. I didn't even want to have to bring this point up. But no, since we decided we wanted to fire Scott Fitter, now I've got to. Now y'all forcing me to bring this up. And bring this out of the closet. That's the skeleton in the closet that Scott Fitter did not want me to bring out. But there it is. I had to do it, buddy. I'm sorry. These people need to understand this. I'm making a point with it. So you're paying a GM 6 digits to control your entire team. Pick up pieces for you, draft pieces for you, and you allow the head coach that is making millions of dollars more than you. Money talks, y'all. Money talks. To control your draft board and your free agency. For 3 years now. Now, I'll let you off the hook for the first year, Tepper. I'll let you off the first year because Scott Fitter wanted to kiss up to you. Because he just got that job. But after that, Scott, I gotta light into you too. You gotta wake up and realize you are your own man. Just because these guys are making more money than you doesn't mean you don't make these decisions yourself. You can veto it and say no. You can ask questions. What are we doing here? This offense doesn't make sense. These pieces you are picking up do not make sense. Now, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but these pieces don't fit together. Frank, I'm not seeing the picture here. Enlighten me. Show me your playbook. I want to see it. I want to see what these pieces are going to be doing before I sign them. Before I draft them. I need to know what we're putting our money into. You didn't ask any of those questions, Scott. That's why you're a yes man. Let's call it what it is. Let's keep it a buck. You're a yes man. And a yes man is basically just a horse on that traveler's journey. Now, if you had been smart enough to ask those questions and do those things, you would not be considered that horse in that journey. You would be considered the rider of that horse. You would be able to control this team and dictate what direction it goes in. You had the power to fire Frank. You had the power to fire Matt Rule at any point, and you didn't do it. Consider the power of hierarchy here. And here's the reason why he didn't fire Matt Rule in the second year. Is because he was afraid of David Tepper. He didn't fire Frank because he was afraid of David Tepper. Man up, grow some balls, and show you got some backbone. Because if you don't do that in the next organization you go to, you're going to get screwed over there too. That's my advice for you, Scott. Grow some balls. Because seriously, this is getting ridiculous. You cannot be a yes man your entire life, sir. I love you, but that's just not how life works. You go figure that out one way or another. And if that takes the hard way to learn it, and you get knocked upside the head learning it, that's what has to happen. But, and I hate that for you. But you got to learn sometime. But the hierarchy of power in Carolina is backwards. It's been backwards since the beginning. And it takes a backwards hierarchy to solve the problem. You got to go backwards from a backwards to solve the problem. In order to balance it back out. So, Tepper, you really was screwed up here, man. You did. I'm sorry, you did. And I don't know who what situation I'm more mad at. This situation right here, or the fact that we fired Gettleman after going to the Super Bowl and losing, knowing that we were just a couple of pieces away from winning it the following year. And all that man wanted to do was toss a couple of pieces, older pieces, so he could bring in some new ones, some younger ones, some hungry guys. Let him do it. Shoot, man, we were an inch away from the winning a Lombardi Trophy. Are you kidding me? The man had a plan, and you screwed it up, Mr. Richardson. So let me get this straight. That's now 2 owners that have screwed us royally. 2 owners. This garbage has got to end. We as fans are tortured by this. Okay? We're tortured every week. Watching Panthers football should not be torture. It should be enjoyable. It should be pleasurable. It should be a relief from the world outside with all the toxicity and the garbage in it. But no, it has become a central focus for me of toxicity as well. And a lot of us too. Tell me how fed up you guys are with this. Because I need to hear it in chat. I need to see this in chat. How many of y'all are with me? Because the rest of y'all are about to expose yourselves as flip-floppers and fakes right now. Because that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right now. We are this close to becoming a 20-year drought team. We cannot afford to screw this up again. We cannot afford it. That's why this stream was extremely important to talk about these things. Because we are at that point now. I can explain all this stuff till I'm blue in the face, but if you don't get it, you don't get it. You want to stay stuck in your tunnel vision, that's up to you. I have done my best to wake y'all up. But here we are. Because egotistical Mr. Tepper decided he wants to do things his way and whatever he wants goes. I'm serious, Mr. Tepper. Mental health is not a joke. Get some help. Get some help, sir. Your anger issues are a problem. This man refuses to admit he has a problem. That's the first step to getting better. And in 2024, we all need to make it a priority to focus on our mental health. Because we have all had issues last year. Raise your hand if you had an issue last year. Even if you didn't have mental health issues. My hand's going straight up. I don't know about y'all, but mine is. So until that happens, we're going to get more of the same. And I hope to God we get the best GM that fits our franchise. Yeah, I hope to God we get the best head coach that fits this franchise, because we don't. We are effed. We are truly effed. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Can I say it? Can I say it? Am I allowed to say it?
Yeah.
We are fucked. 5 ways from Friday if we don't get this right. Not only that, on top of all of this, I just saw the schedule for next year. Oh, we're going to get into that later. We're going to get into that juicy bit of toxicity later. That's going to cause some more debates. And as a bonus, we got Atlanta asking about Belichick. Like, and then I see that comment about Brian Burns wanting it to be paid like a normal, like a high-end defensive end. Man, we ain't got time for that, all that right now. Brian Burns, get your egotistical butt out of here right now, man. We ain't got time for you right now. We got bigger problems. Like, who's running this team? Who is really running this team? Who is really running this circus? And if we don't figure that out, it's not going to matter where you end up. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter whether we pay you or not, sir. That's all I got to say about that one. You're a distraction right now. Stop being a distraction. We got bigger problems. Ain't nobody got time for that. Let's get this solved. And until we know who this new GM is, until we know who this new head coach is, who this new offensive coordinator is, we don't know who's staying, who's going. We don't know what players we're going to be picking up in free agency. We don't know what players we're going to be picking up in the draft. We are in the black hole of chaos right now, where I got nothing for you. This is the first year I can honestly say I got nothing for you as far as what's coming in that draft. Normally, I am working my tail off, and you know this because you watched it last year. Some of you that have been here, Blitz, you know personally because you've been on that group. You know how hard I work. Normally, I am already on that day one of off season. But today, I got nothing for you. I don't know the first thing about these draft picks because I'm just so stunned, pissed off, and angry, and drained from our management making the most idiotic decisions on this planet. We're the worst team in 4 different sports. Get a clue, Mr. Tepper. Get a clue. I'm done.
You're done.
Yeah. I had a lot of toxic crap to get off my chest, but God, man, people needed to hear it. I don't care how ballistic these chats went.
Okay, so I'm up.
Go.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
First off, thanks everybody for being patient and for commenting.
We'll get to your comments in a minute.
Okay. Gonna start with David Tepper because honestly, that's the easiest one for me. David Tepper, my big issue with him is he needs to learn how to be an owner and just stop meddling. Like regardless if he's meddling a little bit or a big percentage, middle percent, it doesn't matter. He needs to not meddle and just be an owner. Sign the paychecks, whatnot, and just let everybody do what they got to do.
Yeah.
And anger management, I agree. It's gotta get him some anger management. He needs just a whole different attitude. He needs a heart change. Let me just go ahead and put it that way. He needs a heart change.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's why a lot of my point is like, I just feel like we're cursed unless either he does a complete 180 or he's out. That's really the only thing that I feel strongly about with David Tepper.
Yeah.
Now, whether that changes or not, that's solely on him. Okay? That's all I got to say about David Tepper. Okay. Scott Fitterer. Let me remind those something. General manager. What is a general manager in the NFL? We're talking about somebody that typically, and I'm looking this up, that typically controls player transactions and holds the primary responsibility on behalf of the team with contract discussion with players, and is normally the person who hires and fires the coaching staff, including the head coach.
Let me stop you there real quick. Notice the words primary, and normally. I continue.
Okay. Now, Scott Fitterer, as the GM, who has been here for 3 years, not 1 year, not just arriving.
Yep.
3 years.
Yep.
We need to seriously ask ourselves, with what he has done, has there been more good or has there been more bad? Now, let me elaborate. Scott Fitterer being a yes man is unacceptable. Any GM being a yes man is unacceptable.
Fair.
I know the idea, the term of being manipulated has come up a lot. That is a negative action.
Fair.
And if anybody is being manipulated as the GM, I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be GM. Period.
Fair point.
That is not a position to be a yes man or being manipulated in that position. Now, Scott Fitterer, yes, I understand. He was not a GM with Seattle. But we have to remember something. This man has been with Seattle from 2001 to 2020. This man has seen what success looks like in Seattle. Let's keep that in mind. He's been there since 2001, from 2001 to 2020. This franchise has been to the playoffs when he was there. Let's count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times during his tenure with Seattle. Yes, I understand, not as a GM, but as a handful of things. Area scout, director of college scouting, co-director of player personnel, vice president of football operations. This man has seen success plenty of times in Seattle, even though he might not have been in that GM position. Now, for him to come over here to Carolina in 3 years, yes, I understand last year we were a win away from the playoffs. Yes, absolutely. And yes, he did a lot. He did his share of good things, especially it was mentioned about the defense. You know, this team has had a pretty dang on good defense. Bend but not break type of defense that has at least been able to help keep the team in games. But at the same time, when we're talking about the future, this man has ruined a chunk of the Panthers' future with certain trades. And I get it. Don't get me wrong. I get it. He's a GM. GMs have to take risks. I don't care who the GM is. If you're a GM, you have to take risks. Trading up to get Bryce Young, that was a bold move. Mm-hmm. And part of me understands because, as Corey mentioned, let's keep it real, keep pounding nation. A good chunk of this fan base kept complaining about quarterback year after year after year after year. The evidence is there. So we got a different quarterback like a lot of people wanted. Okay, sure. I understand not everybody wanted Bryce Young. That's fine. But these are these are sometimes the risks that you got to make. And when you're a GM, it could be a lot of things. But at the same time, that particular risk was unacceptable, considering all that we gave up to get Bryce Young. That is unacceptable. Now, this is a league that's a what have you done for me lately sort of league, especially when it comes to the fans and even sometimes the organization. And with Scott Fitterer, many folks could easily say 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. As in 3 years, you're out. And it sucks that that happens. But when you look at certain things like draft picks, and when you're hitting on less than more, I mean, what was it, 30 plus draft picks, and only 11 of them are even still here?
Who suggested those players, though?
It makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder. Now, when it came to keeping certain players and whatnot, and there's a couple of scenarios. Christian McCaffrey. Now, I understand this wasn't all on him because at the same time, when we had Christian McCaffrey, we ran the dude into the ground. Let's just keep it real, y'all. We ran him into the ground. So
Everybody wanted us to trade CMC too at that point too because they thought he was an injury risk. Just like you're doing with J.C. Horn and D-Jack right now. Stop it.
I was getting to that. But yes, there's that. But we have to ask ourselves, in making that move, did we get equal, more, or less in return? Something to think about. Now, we have an opportunity for a couple of first-round picks to gain from sending Brian Burns to the Rams. Now that, I could see that being a double-edged sword, so I'm not going to really blast that up in the air. That could be a double-edged sword. Now, conditional draft picks and such that were used. Quarterbacks like Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, doing what they did to get Bryce Young. These are some questionable moves when it comes to draft pick related. And like I said, when it comes to free agents and whatnot, you're going to have to take some risks. Whatever moves are made, they're risk. You're banking on whatever success that they had at the time when making that move will translate. But that doesn't always work that way. And even with Bryce Young, unfortunately, not a good start for him. But this is who they picked. And at some point, you're going to have to make a decision on evolving a quarterback. Because I know I've said it a million times. I'm getting sick and tired of the quarterback carousel. Like, we got to figure something out with that. Mm-hmm. But my thing is, with Scott Fitterer, here's something else that I wanted to point out. And this kind of ties into Thomas Brown a little bit. Because, Corey, I'm sure you're not the only one that wants Thomas Brown out. But here's the thing. For those that want to keep Scott Fitterer but want Thomas Brown out, how is that reasonable when Thomas Brown, in his first offensive coordinator gig, who didn't even get to start calling plays until week 8, which got us our first win, regressed a little bit, and then 2 weeks later, Frank Reich gets the play calling back, until he gets fired week 11. And then the rest is on Thomas Brown. Gets our second win. And we already want him out? Like, I don't get that. And I think it's
I'll
very
explain that one later.
And I think it's very unfair because my thing is with him coming from the Sean McVay tree and him not getting an opportunity to have his own playbook, did he really have a fair shot?
But he did have a chance to get his own playbook after Frank was fired.
But here's the thing though. Let me finish my points.
Go for
it. Here's the thing. I understand that many may feel that way, but how is that okay with letting him go in this first year, but yet keep Scott Fitterer, and he's been here 3 years? Like, we have to come to some sort of middle ground here, because my thing with Thomas Brown, I honestly don't think this man was given an opportunity to cook and to actually apply his pieces. Now, I don't know what kind of relationship he had with Chris Tabor once he took over, but I don't think it was that much different. Now, same thing with Bryce. Now, if some are okay, with keeping Bryce, evolving him, but yet you want Thomas Brown out, which is another one who has been around success, because like I said, came with the Sean McVay tree. Not to mention, I mean, it's kind of hard for a lot of this stuff to be executed, especially when the quarterback doesn't consistently get protection. And for everybody out there watching, that have watched the games, let's not kid ourselves. Bryce Young did not have consistent protection to even stand a chance this season. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not taking away from his performances. He's had some bad performances, absolutely. Mm-hmm. But let's not act like he had the tools for him to be able to be successful in his first year. Let's keep it real. Mm-hmm. Now, my thing is this. When it comes to, and this is kind of going back to the GM, this can't be a yes man. This has to be somebody that has to do more hitting home runs on decisions when it comes to coach, especially coach, because, then that's going to translate into coaching staff and whatnot, but also players as well. And has Scott Fitterer really fit the bill overall on the good versus the bad? I honestly can't say yes with confidence, because at the end of the day, look at the position we're in. Like, it's already bad enough that a lot of the fans of tanking, would be okay with this, but it's the fact that we don't even have a first round pick. This man did what he did, and now we don't even have a first round pick. That's unacceptable. And I feel like a lot of folks hold that in like the highest regard, maybe versus everything else he's done, which, it is what it is. But that's a pretty big red flag. Now, can he recover from it? Sure. Anything can be recovered from but you got to hit home runs. You got to be able to hit home runs going forward with your decision making. And as much of a risk as it is with Scott Fitterer, it's an even bigger risk with David Tepper. And the hopes that he will make the right decisions, make the right adjustments, be an owner be an owner, nothing else but an owner.
Mm-hmm.
And then I really believe that our fortunes will start to turn around. However, soon or later that would be. Now, you mentioned about salaries for GMs. Something I want to mention. It says here, according to Sportskeeda, general managers typically make around 1 million per year on the lower end of the spectrum and up to 7.5 million. The wide range of pay is because some general managers are seasoned veterans, while others are in their first few years as a GM. As such, they will need to prove their worth before they see a rise in pay, which probably is why it explains that Scott Fitterer started off with such a low salary.
Mm.
Now, and honestly, this was
Nah, I
news
got
to
a
me.
counterpoint on that one.
This was news to me as well because I definitely didn't know this. I had to look it up for myself. But if Scott Fitterer truly was a yes man, it's disappointing. It's really disappointing because that is a position that you can't afford to be a yes man. And for somebody
Yeah.
that's been around success for so long with Seattle, like some you would think a lot has to have rubbed off on him from his long tenure there and being able to see some things, you know?
Yeah.
So with it not fully translating to here, which like I said, it's not like he
Question is
just got
why.
here. It's been 3 years.
Yeah.
So the frustrations of the fans and all, I get it. I
Yeah.
definitely get it.
Same.
And and the thing I can give him some grace on the first year because of the situations they were put in that first year, especially the cap space hell they were in that
Mm-hmm.
Marty Herney put them in. So
Mm-hmm.
I can give some grace on that first year, which I think is fair. I
Good
think it's
point.
fair. But 3 years into it, there's going to be a lot of people scratching their heads and just kind of wondering, well, they, had this type of start, and then we were a game away from playoffs, and then we hit rock bottom. Rock bottom stands out. And a lot of the times it unfortunately comes down to, you do this, and that, and the results from it lead to you getting fired. And it sucks because that's why I mentioned the title of this rant specifically is we have been tricked. We've been tricked. We've been tricked into believing that Hayden Hurst was going to just beast mode for us. We've been tricked that DJ Chark was going to be a weapon for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've been tricked. Honestly, I feel like Adam Thielen was really the only one that panned out for us to a degree. So, but at the end of the day, those are risks that you have to take as a GM. And it's just unfortunate that they fell flat. And honestly, I think Scott knows that. And this is just me guessing. I think Scott knows that because as a GM, like you have to be ready for those type of things. And that's why going to Bryce Young when it comes to the draft, I mean, whether it was Bryce Young, whether it was CJ Stroud, and shout out to 99 and point 0.9 in the fan for actually pointing this out. Want to give credit where credit's due. But as a GM, when it comes to the draft of that, at somewhere in the back of your head, you have to realize this could fall flat. This could fall flat. No matter how confident you might be in the decision, there's always that what if. There's always that possibility it doesn't work out. regardless of who we get. Now, when it comes to our team, I personally do not feel, and I'm only speaking on this season, I personally do not feel that it would have been any better if we had CJ Stroud. I really don't. I
Agreed.
really honestly don't.
Yeah.
Now, I could be wrong, but like I said, either way you slice it, in the back of your mind, you have to be able to accept the fact that this could go wrong or this could fall through. We've seen it plenty of times in the NFL, whether it's first round, second round, whatever round, and they just come out of college like the man and go into the NFL and they're complete busts. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that Bryce is a bust. I'm not saying that. I think it's too early. Number one, it's too early. Number two, he didn't have what he needed
Yeah.
coming here.
Yeah.
And that's why a big part of me wants to see how he does with the right kind of system, with the right type of weapons, and him being evolved. Now, that might mean bringing in, you know, a new veteran, if they're not going to stick with Andy Dalton or whatnot. I don't know, but it's something to think about. But that's pretty much where my thoughts are with this. Now, as far as what needs to happen first and second when it comes to coach and GM, I honestly think GM needs to happen first and then
Agreed.
head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And they just posted the list of GM candidates on their GM candidate search, which we'll go through as well.
Yep.
But honestly, the whole thing that I wanted to say was just like I said with Thomas Brown. I would hate to see him get let go, him get picked up somewhere that will literally be like, all right, your playbook, you run this offense. And he takes what he's learned, what he's had saved up, especially pulling, from the McVay tree and not so much from the Reich tree. And if he ends up turning out a good play caller, once again, we're going to have egg on our faces. Scott Fitterer. I mean, fans and many in the organization, like I mentioned, what have you done for me lately? And we have to really ask ourselves with Scott Fitterer in these 3 years, what did you do for me lately? And one has to outweigh the other, and that's all I can really say about that. And once again, David Tepper, regardless of how the other things go, I truly believe that as long as he's still here and he doesn't get his act together, this franchise is going to continue to be cursed. And that's all I got. That's my rant. That's
Okay.
my we have been tricked rant.
All right. So, I'm gonna offer a couple of rebuttals to that. One, you have to ask yourself why we got all these players. Where did they come from? Who suggested these players? Because Scott didn't pull these players out of thin air and just say, oh, well, look at this. This is the best available. Let's try it out. No, the coaches suggested these players, and he said, him being a yes man, he said, yes, master, your wish is my command. I'm just a genie here. You asked for it, you got it. Results may vary. And come whatever may. And they did. Again, we picked up the wrong players. We picked up people from 6 different systems. We expected that to work. Tried to jam them into one big puzzle, and it didn't work. That's Frank's genius idea right there. Blame Frank for that. Now, at least Matt Rule had a clue of what he was doing, and he actually delegated that to the offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, at the time. He said, okay, Joe, you get asked for whoever you want. You know? And we picked up the wrong players because Joe didn't know what he was doing. So, it was his first year really being an offensive coordinator in the league. Fair enough. I'll give you a sort of a pass there. But you know, for that. But and I agree with you, being a yes man is not a good thing. It's not a good thing, and it does lead to bad things. But again, you're a horse. You're being led to either water or you're being led to a mirage. Which is it? You know, and that decision comes down to the head coach. The head coach led the defensive coordinator to water. They worked together and they found water. The offensive coordinator and Frank led him to a mirage. We picked up the wrong players. We got fooled. We got Houdini'd, folks. Frank is not who everybody thought he was. And now he's exposed. His playbook's exposed. Everything's exposed. All the skeletons in the closet are exposed. So, let me get this straight, Thomas Brown. You had all year long, and don't tell me that don't tell me anything about, oh, it's his first year. You had all year long to come up with your own playbook in that much time. And stop digging into the trash can that is Frank Wright's playbook. You're from the Steve McVay tree, and you couldn't come up with your own playbook? Now, granted, for 8 weeks, you didn't get a chance. I'll grant you that, to call your own plays. But after that point, you had 10 weeks, bro. 10 weeks to prove yourself. I'll give you 2 weeks as a grace period. Because you didn't expect to get that job. You know, full on. You did not expect that. But after that point, I do not give you a grace period at all, sir. You got to come up with your own plays, and they got to come from the Steve McNair tree. They don't need to come from the Frank Wright garbage can.
Oh, you mean Sean McVay?
Yeah, Sean McVay. The Sean McVay tree. They got to come from there. But all I saw was Frank Wright's garbage trash can plays. And they were on full display in every game except for the Green Bay one. The only game I saw where you actually knew what you were doing was that 1 week where you got a win. Way early on. And that Green Bay game. That's the only time I saw the Steve McVay offense in play.
I have 2 questions for you.
Yeah.
So number one, you do admit that Scott Fitterer was a yes man.
Oh yeah. Okay. Been admitting that.
Okay.
Been saying that.
And number 2, with Thomas Brown, is that really a fair expectation for somebody to be able to bust out? Number 1, bust out their playbook, and number 2, expect for the offense to grasp it just like that mid-season.
What I'm saying is that you had all week long, all year long to prepare a playbook, watching us not be successful with uh, Coach Wright's tree, Frank Wright's playbook. Okay, you knew this wasn't successful for 8 weeks. You knew this wasn't working. You had all that time to suggest plays. You knew Frank wasn't going to take them, so build them up and wait for your turn. Okay,
they still got to practice them though, right?
build them up. Talk to the players. Ask them what they wanted. Ask them what they think is best. Build them up. You had all that time to do that. Then, when you finally got your shot, okay, 2 weeks grace period to get those plays installed. I'll grant you that. Since you did not expect to get that job during midseason. But here's the thing, Tepper's been known to fire head coaches during the middle of the season. You should know this. This should not catch you off guard, sir. You should be aware of this. And you should be ready to go with your playbook. Now, I grant you the first 2 weeks, if you want to throw in to pull stuff out of Frank Wright's trash can playbook, you're allowed to. I have no problem with that because you're still installing the new offensive playbook. Fine. Two, maybe 3 weeks should be all you need. Get that playbook installed for the bare bones basics. Then you start building on it from there. But you did not do that, sir.
So, you believe 2 weeks is enough time?
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks, I would say. For bare bones plays, yeah. In any playbook. During midseason. If you got the talent, then yes.
Here's the other thing, though.
The chemistry will come. The chemistry will come. It may not come in those first 2 or 3 weeks, but it will come.
Here's the other thing, though.
But I expect to see at least some progress.
Remember what Frank Reich said in the beginning. He said at some point in time, he was going to give him the keys. Now,
if you believe that, I've got a giraffe to sell you in the backyard.
I'm only pointing this out because it was mentioned. Like, we have no idea whatever has been discussed between those two. We can only speculate. But that was what was mentioned.
He mentioned a lot of things.
That was what was mentioned. And, press conference. Either at least once or twice. Now,
he mentioned a lot of things, though. That's the problem with that.
All I'm saying is, it really makes me wonder how much of a green light Thomas Brown had to really initiate his system. And I think the difficulty with that, one being, it was week 8. It was, week 8, midpoint of the season. Now, granted, it was, 1 week after the bye, but still, week 8. That's pretty far into the season. And then some may say folks might have gotten impatient because we didn't get a win streak after the Texans win. Frank Reich took the play calling back. He didn't do any better. Week 11, gone. And then, week 11, week 12, by that time, we were pretty far out of reach, aside from the one Falcons win. And like you said, Green Bay looked really strong. I still strongly feel like we got robbed that game, but it is what it is.
Agreed.
It is what it is. They played hard, and that was the best the team has looked all season, even in defeat.
That to me was where I feel like we actually saw his actual playbook, and not Frank Wright's. You're gonna tell me Green Bay secondary is that weak? That we pulled out garbage plays from Frank Wright's playbook and we were able to succeed with them? Nah, not buying it.
My whole thing is this was his first offensive coordinator gig. You know, I mean,
This just in, Michigan has won the national championship.
oh, Michigan won.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Oh, snap.
Yep, that means Harbaugh
15
has
and
a
0.
major decision to make.
Oh, shoot.
There's 3 teams
34-13.
that actually expressed interest in him.
Oh, they obliterated Washington.
Yep. Washington had no business being in the national championship, though, in my opinion. There were stronger teams. But congrats to them for making it there, though.
Congrats to the Wolverines.
Yeah.
But did you? I think you had more counterpoints, perhaps, or.
What else did you bring up?
I just wanted to give you a chance to finish.
Yeah, what else did you bring up? You brought up Bryce Young, right?
So it was Bryce Young. I think you addressed Thomas Brown, unless you had more to add to that.
I mean, Thomas Brown, you had all season to fix this, man. You had all season, and the only time I saw that offense come out was against Green Bay in full glory. So I'm sitting here going, okay, well, what else do you have to offer us at this point? Because if we put this man in charge, if we don't see anything from the Steve McVay tree going into next year, you want to put him as an offensive coordinator and he's not going to give you that? He's going to give you more of the garbage trash can plays of Frank Wright? That's the 50-50 risk you're taking. No. I'm not taking that risk. He has not shown me anything yet. Now that Green Bay... What was that Green Bay secondary ranked? At the time that we played them.
Let's see if I can bring it up.
If you have that. If you don't, then what are they ranked now?
Let's see.
Because I think they did improve a little bit since then. But let's put it into perspective, though. You know.
Okay, Packers. So the Green Bay defense at the time going into that game that we played against them, the defense total yards allowed per game, they were ranked 23rd. Rushing yards allowed per game, ranked 30th. Okay. Rushing yards allowed per attempt, 28th. Passing net yards allowed per game, ranked 12th. Sacks, ranked 22nd. Takeaways, tied for 22nd. Third down efficiency, 25th. And points allowed per game, tied for 18th.
Okay, 12th. 12th in secondary. This is the point I'm trying to make here. Now, where do we get most of our yardage from in that game? If you look at it, we attacked that secondary heavily through the air. That was a barn burner through the air.
Well, that's a fair point because we only had 96 yards rushing total, and like I said, Bryce threw for 312.
Yeah, that's my whole thing right there. Because if we had gotten those yardage through on the ground, then fair point. You know, that's okay. That would be the Frank Wright playbook, you know, in my opinion. But we got that yardage through the air. That's the Steve McVay playbook right there. That's what Thomas Brown's offense could do with Bryce Young. With the right weaponry, in chemistry with a proper offensive line playing 4 full quarters of football with the run game to complement it. Okay, one game. He had that. One game. But that doesn't make up for his whole other body of work that he has put out there digging through Frank Wright's trash can of plays. And we came back out after that Green Bay and went right back to that trash can in the Jacksonville game. And I'm going, why? Why? You just had 2 successful games against, what was it, the Texans before Green Bay?
Texans and Falcons.
Yeah. You showed progress against the Texans. You started to open up this playbook of yours from the Steve McVay tree. Okay, great. You saw those plays in action against Green Bay. It worked. Cool. Why did you regress? Sir, why did you regress? And I made that point on my stream several times during that game. Why did you regress? I'm watching the same vanilla Frank Wright plays again. And I'm going, what is this trash? We did the same thing against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Our best play that we were most successful with was a slant play against the Buccaneers. Please explain to me how that's going to take us into 2024 season and be successful with Bryce Young, even with the right weaponry. That's what I want to know. If we're going to do that and then regress, and then do that and then regress throughout the whole season, what is that going to look like? That's going to look like a losing season. No matter what our schedule looks like next year. It could be the softest schedule in the world. If we do that, it's not going to look pretty. We're going to sit there with an 8-8 record. That's not going to be enough. We're going to come up short. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of drawing the short straw. When it comes to the NFL, I'm tired of drawing the short straw. I want to win. I hate losing more than I love winning at this point. That's where I'm at.
Right, which is understandable.
To quote a certain sports movie. But I feel that way. You know, and you take that to Bryce Young, okay? Let's keep it a buck. He was not given what he needed. Those weapons and that offensive line were put out there by Frank Wright asking Scott Fitterer for those players. It's always been the coaches asking the GM for the players. Not the other way around, which it should be. The GM should have the power to do what he needs to do to get the job done. Period. The hierarchy of power needs to stand tall. Not go backwards. Stand tall. And that leads to my next counterpoint about the money.
Okay.
All right, first 2 years I can see that as far as the salaries with the GM. But after that point, once you have established yourself, you've been in the league for 2 years, you should be making more than a head coach. I'm sorry. The hierarchy of power, again, dictates you are over a head coach. Now remember, in his definition, he said normally. He said normally. That's how that works. Not in Carolina, it doesn't. That's why they put the word normally in there. Because they know that there's 2 or 3 franchises that do this. Okay? Not just us.
Mm-hmm.
We're just the ones that keep screwing ourselves because of it. And the Jets did it for 20 years.
But like
Look
I said,
where they ended up.
It was news to me because I really had no idea what GMs were making. So
this is not acceptable. If you've been in the league for longer than 2 years and you have established yourself, you still have a job, you should be making more than a head coach. Period. Period, point blank. You have control over the team. You get final say on what we do and don't do. That's why I'm saying and that leads back to your point of the yes man. Now, I don't want to get this twisted, folks, because I don't think some of these people understand. I do agree with some of your points about wanting to get Scott out of here. I do agree with some of them. But at the proper time. We need to establish a proper system at head coach so that we know what to ask for to set up. Because apparently that's how the system works in Carolina, right? Because we're totally backwards, right? We're 180 backwards on the hierarchy. So, okay, the only way to solve this is to go backwards. And do this again. With a proper head coach this time. Well, in that case, your new head coach should be asking for the players that you need. Because we have now established Scott Fitterer knows how to get defensive players. So if he knows how to get defensive players, he should know how to get offensive players. Therein leads back to my solid point again. Who asked for those offensive players? It was Frank Wright. This past year, right? Right or wrong? He asked for these players. He alone is responsible for the results of what he asked for. He alone should be held accountable for that. Now, as far as the trades, I'll grant you this, and let's keep it a buck. Steve Smith is responsible for one of those picks because Steve Smith asked for Mingo. Scott said, "Yes, sir. Whatever you ask for, I'll get it for you. You're Agent 89. Of course, I'm going to get it for you."
Yeah, but doesn't he have the final say so, though?
Doesn't matter. He's a yes man. He should.
Well, you did admit.
He should.
He was a yes man.
But the problem is, he's too much of a yes man. Which again leads back to your point of the yes man issue. That's a major red flag. You're right. That's why I said I agree with most of your points. We deserve better at GM. Yes. But replacing the GM and the head coach at the same time with somebody that is horrendously bad at making decisions at owner does not end well. It never does. So, when you put this into perspective, okay, why are we going backwards? And this is partially on Ajaro too. I'm throwing Ajaro under the bus too, because he asked for that Florida State safety, and he also asked for DJ Johnson. And Scott said, yes, sir, I'll find a way to get it done. Doesn't matter how we do it, doesn't matter what picks we throw around or bus around, we'll get it done. That's what you want. I'll get it for you. That's dangerous. This whole system is dangerous. If we were running this system correctly with the correct hierarchy, we wouldn't have this problem to begin with. And that's why I'm saying, Mr. Tepper, it starts with you. You can set this record straight right now. These guys are on this hierarchy for a reason in the NFL. You had us going backwards the whole way. And you hired and fired backwards. So, let's keep it a buck. That's what happened. So what I'm saying is, I know people are not going to want to hear this, but one more year with Scott with a proper head coach might have gotten us some success, man. It might have put us in the right direction. Now, all I'm looking for is progress after looking at that schedule next year and some type of development and getting some pieces that we need. We're not going to get all of them in one offseason. It's not going to happen. This isn't Madden. It's going to take 2 to 3 years to revamp this whole offense. Let's keep it a buck. And that's offensive line included. But I'll say this. If we don't start revamping soon, it's not going to end well. We got to make some moves now. And I don't like where this is going. I don't. We're heading towards a 20-year drought. We're a heartbeat away from it. All it takes is a bad GM and a bad head coach, and it's happening. It begins. You add on bad schedules like we just got for 2024 and Belichick in Atlanta, that's a guaranteed 20-year drought. Prove me wrong at this point. You think a yes man is bad? Oh, it can most certainly get worse. It can most certainly get worse at GM. I've seen far worse. The Jets GM for that 20-year drought had no clue what he was drafting. He was just drafted just a draft. Players were going up there just to get a bag full of money. That's the only reason they signed that on that dotted line. No head coach wanted to take that job. Nobody wanted to get drafted there. And this could get even worse, because if you look at Detroit, they were so bad off that they almost moved out of Detroit. You think this can't get worse? It can. You think this is rock bottom? No, this is not rock bottom. Not yet. Detroit hit rock bottom. The Jets almost hit rock bottom. If it wasn't for the fact that they were sharing a stadium with the New York Giants, they would have hit rock bottom. That GM was a complete moron that they had for 20 years.
That's an interesting point.
I watched this man draft after draft after draft pick up players that had no business being in anywhere on that Jets roster. in positions that they don't even need help in at all. And they were the wrong players to even begin with. They were in the wrong system for their talents. So that is so much wasted talent going up there just to get a bag of money. These guys robbed the Jets blind. And the owner put up with it for 20 years. This is about to become us, guys. Wake up. Smell the morning coffee because it's about to become us. We are very, very close to that happening. We get these hires wrong. Welcome. Welcome to a 20-year drought. And y'all think you're complaining then? Y'all think you're complaining now? Just wait. You think these chats are toxic now? Just wait. At that point, I'm not even mad anymore. I'm over it. I'm just simply over it. I'm not even going to watch games at that point. It's not even worth it.
Don't hurt him now.
The one thing I have learned through Tepper's tenure is it could always get worse.
Which is fair.
We complained about the quarterback carousel. Okay, then we got Sam Darnold, and then we got Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. And
we complained about the head coaching, about Ron Rivera, and then we got Matt Rule, and we got Frank Wright.
I didn't even mention Matt Corral, which I still don't, I'm not even so sure he even had a fair shot, but that was another example. But yeah.
Okay. We complained about the quarterback carousel, and we got those choices. When we were doing just fine we were doing okay, but we could build off of Teddy. We could build off of the bridge players and draft somebody. But no, we didn't want to go that direction because Tepper had to have his way. People complained yet again we didn't draft a quarterback, blah 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 blah. I was complaining about the fact that we weren't fixing the line. Well, we tried to fix the line, and guess what happens? We get Cameron Irving, and we get Pat Elflein. So even I'm joining that party, and they screwed me over too. And now I'm going, okay. Next generation is Icky, of course. Next generation is Icky. He screwed up too. Furthering my point. We then complained about the head coaches. So, in their place of Ron, we got who at least gave us a chance to compete. He at least gave us a chance at some stability. Yeah. I'll give him that. Even in his last year, he still gave us a chance to compete and build. We can't build on jack crap with Matt Rule and Frank. Jack crap offensively. And these two were supposed to be offensive people, right? No. Not at all. No. This is what we get for our troubles. This is what we get for complaining, folks. It gets worse. And now we're complaining about the GM. Do you see a pattern here? Do you folks see a pattern here? Or is it just me? It's going to get worse before it gets better. And that's my counterpoints. Let's go to the chats because we haven't covered the chats.
Okay. I'll go first because I don't.
Yours is better.
I don't have that much.
Yeah.
Let's see. Damien says, I don't see Kansas City making it past the Dolphins with a bad offensive coordinator in Najee and no wide receiver to throw to that can catch balls. I mean, I already been over that with the whole wide receiver situation. If I was y'all, I would just want Lovie Smith as head coach. Tepper throws metal too. Interesting.
I'll take Lovey over what we got right now.
Yeah, I'd be down.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, well, he spammed this one sentence of, hey, I'm a diehard Panther fan. When you give up draft picks for other teams, bums, here is our results, 2 games, 0 points, doing hate me facts. Jeffrey, thanks for sharing. Don't spam again. This is your one warning. Don't spam. Okay?
I don't think he's
make your point, but don't spam. All right?
I don't think he's ready to.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying.
Really?
Says don't hate me. No, I don't hate you, but you gotta tone it down.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I see that next comment. I see it.
Let's see.
He's asking me, have I ever played football? No, I haven't. But I played in neighborhood football games, and I do have knowledge as far as like watching and observing. So to be respectful about your question there, that's where I get my knowledge from. And yes.
Oh, I was looking through. I was like,
yeah, I'm a weird guy. I am. I'm weird. I'm weird, and I embrace it. Hey,
I'm not even gonna point out the irony in his statement. Nah, I'm a bite my tongue, but I am not gonna point out the irony in his statement.
I'm being polite here. I'm being polite.
Yeah,
you know.
That
was aimed at me anyway.
I know it was. It's unreasonable, and I won't point out the irony.
It's okay.
I'll allow the irony in it, but
I'll allow it.
Okay. Only because you allow it, but yeah. I'm gonna leave it at that. Broski Bear says Panther scored 0 points the past 2 games, which is true. Jeff R says Broski Bear, at least we're making moves to fix things. Y'all got all those picks and don't even know what to do with them. Chicago
Facts
will always suck. Can't even win the division without old man Rodgers.
Ooh.
I mean,
hit him with the truth bomb. Let's go.
Now that you mention it, when was the last time the Bears won the division?
Uh-oh. My man's looking it up now. You got this man doing work.
It was...
Oh, this is fun.
Here we go. I found it. Hold up. God. The last time...
Count on Broski to make this entertaining.
Last time they won their division.
Shout out Broski.
2018.
2018. Shout out Broski, man. Making it entertaining every time we come out here, man. As crazy as you are with some of your opinions, man, I still love you anyway.
Yeah, they won their division 1 year after.
You're a good guy.
We made it to the playoffs. So, I mean, yeah.
You're a good man.
Because I know they made it to the... They did make it to the playoffs in 2020, but it was a wild card. But continuing,
that still counts.
Yeah. Jeffrey says that's sick to me, broski bear. Um, Damien says, wait, don't GMs draft and sign players? How are coaches at fault for getting them? Yeah, they ask, but um, but who makes the last decisions? Well, I mean, as Corey
The
pointed out,
GM should be making those last minute decisions, but we do things backwards.
well, I mean,
And Scott has no spine.
it goes back to the point of him being a yes man and just
Yeah.
accepting it and not putting his foot down. So
And I've called him out all year long for that, too. Ever since the second year of his tenure, I've called him out for it. I said, grow a spine and make your own decisions. Have I not, folks? It's in the VODs.
Jeffrey says, I told Corey at the beginning of the year, Scott signs studs, not studs. Sanders, I want. Like I said,
I already just proved my point, man.
Like I said, I'm not even gonna point out the irony, but it's okay.
Same.
It's okay.
Same.
It's okay. Jason Baxter. Oh, this is a new appearance. What's up?
What's up, man?
Bruh, he sucks. He can't throw, and he's bold, and he holds on to the ball too long. Oh, talking about Bryce Young.
Okay, when he's had proper protection, okay, yeah, fair. He does hold on to the ball too long. He does have footwork problems, which can be ironed out with proper development. Yes, he does overthrow his receivers. Again, that could be ironed out by proper development. And, you saw the transformation of Tannehill with a proper quarterback coach. That's what I'm talking about. Proper development will make you more successful.
Hey, it's a team sport. I mean,
look at what Ken Dorsey did with Cam Newton. He was not doing that during his rookie year.
Not only that, every last one of those sacks weren't all his fault.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it real. I mean,
yeah. Once he lost Ken Dorsey, everything fell apart for Cam Newton. Decision making, footwork wise, technique wise. Look at him in 16 on. Part of that was his concussion, but part of that was fundamentals. He lost that muscle memory because he wasn't being developed properly.
Let's say, Damien says, would y'all want Ron Rivera back after getting fired? Nah.
I'd rather not, but he's better than what we've got right now. At least he gives us a chance to build on some stability.
He says, I swear I feel like I'm watching the Cat Williams interview. Dang. Although, I mean,
rare.
He did expose a lot. So I mean,
yeah.
What's up, Blitz from Gemini? Good to see you. Vietnam says Scott's demise came from his inability to provide young upcoming talent to this offense this year. All of those wasted picks traded away and busted draft picks caused this.
Who asked for those players?
11 of 33 draft picks under his watch are all that remains. That means more than half of his picks are no longer with the team. Scott was pure garbage when it came to drafting and buying the groceries.
Again, who asked for those players? Vietnam. Who asked for them? The GM is just a yes man. Who asked for those players? Two horrendous coaches that had no business being here. And had no clue what they were doing with their offense. So I say again. Look at all the successful players that we still have on defense that are still here. Can we look at those? That's my counterpoint to that.
Yeah, defense has been thriving over the offense for sure.
Yeah, how about Derek Brown? Derek Brown was one of those. He's still here, and he just broke the tackle record.
Yeah, broke the tackle record.
Okay, how about Frankie Louvu, who we stole off the Jets practice squad? How about that one? If it wasn't for Scott, you wouldn't have him. That's the next leader of your defense right there.
Let's see. Mr. Gemini says,
Nobody talks about that though.
Should we get the GM first and the coach? I say yes. Yeah, I agree. Vietnam agrees as well. Get the GM
It's
first.
too late now since Tepper decided he wanted to fire Scott Fitter. Then yes, now you have to hire the GM first.
Yeah. Mr. Gemini says, I'm with you, Corey. Vietnam says, I want Harbaugh for our new coach.
Harbaugh has expressed interest in the Panthers, but Tepper has not expressed interest in Harbaugh.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was brought up that apparently
44-14 record Harbaugh had with San Francisco. And you're going to tell me that this man is not interested in that?
Yeah.
And Harbaugh has already expressed interest in going back up to the NFL. There's 3 teams that have expressed interest in him right now. And we're not one of them.
And I know there
Why
was
on God's green earth not?
And I know there was the thing that was mentioned about, the whole cheating scandal or whatnot, or just...
Which actually wasn't cheating. But Bill Belichick actually was cheating. But nobody wants to acknowledge that one. Except for, people that aren't Patriots fans.
Wasn't there a follow-up to that? Like, I'm actually curious. Okay, so November 10th, 3-game suspension. Oh, so in August, self-imposing 3-game suspension on Harbaugh for violating recruiting regulations. That was back in August
recruiting
of last year.
regulations.
And then November 10th.
Who hasn't done that at least once?
And then November 10th, another 3-game suspension as part of investigation to the Wolverines' sign stealing scandal. And then he was informed.
Again, Tepper's done that too. I mean, Belichick has done that too.
Well, they did. Michigan informed the NCAA that they would credit Harbaugh with a win-loss record from the 3 games to conclude the regular season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could say is take it for what you will, I guess. But, I mean, the man is in high demand, and he showed that he can be successful in college and the NFL. I mean,
Tepper has shown that he just does not care. He will look at a successful record of a head coach, a beautiful resume. It could be the most beautiful resume in the NFL, and he will not even look at it. He'll say, okay, what makes a great story? Like he's reading a book. That's how he determines his next head coach. Oh, this will make a wonderful story. Let's read another fairy tale of the Carolina Panthers. You moron. Like, I'm at that point where I don't even know. I'm trying not to be negative. I'm trying not to call names, but God, man.
Not to mention,
sometimes you gotta call it what it is.
Not to mention, wasn't he in at least 3 straight NFC championship games as the Niners coach?
Why on God's green earth is this man not even considered? Why? That should be your top candidate. The Niners gave us hell when we were in the playoffs that year. That was the most besides Seattle, that was the most dangerous team we ever encountered in the playoffs. Yeah. Bar none.
Well,
led by Harbaugh. And you're not even going to consider this man after he has just shown interest in this job For whatever God's green earth reason, he has shown interest in this team. I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth right now, but apparently Tepper is.
Well,
I don't know why he's showing interest here, but okay, cool. That's the second
yeah.
year in a row he has.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm thankful he has. We're lucky he has. After the chaos that we just ensued.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. Oh man.
We should be thanking him.
Yeah.
Right now.
So only a few more comments left. Mr. Gemini said, "Should we draft a quarterback? I feel like we should, especially if someone like Bo Nix is still there." My opinion, though.
No, we don't need a new quarterback. No.
I think there are more important pieces. Vietnam says, "Don't forget about Pat Elflein and Cam Irving. They never had any success. They were rated the worst by PFF.
Yep.
Scott still signed them to mega contracts."
Coach asked for them to stay.
Pat had a little bit more success than Cam once they moved him to center. He was a decent center, but until he got hurt, I'll give him that. But that's it.
Head coach wanted him to stay. What more can I say? We refuse to fix this line.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is, like, we were trying to replace people, and, you know, with those contracts, that was before we wanted to get rid of them.
Right.
That was before they started putting up terrible performances. And then we're just like, oh, shoot, we're stuck with them. You know, we started taking the offensive line seriously in last year's draft.
Right.
We got Brady Christensen and Cade Mays, and we finally decided, okay, let's fix this. You know?
Right.
But you got to stick with some of these guys that have long contracts until you could do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Damien says, "Congrats to Michigan." Oh yeah, that just won.
Yep.
Ellis Sway says, "We need to build around Bryce Young, and if he doesn't work out, get a quarterback in 2025."
Facts.
Michael Penix is not the answer unless he just falls to us without having to make any moves. That's fair.
Facts.
That's fair. Mr. Gemini says, "Harbaugh won the national championship. Tepper better be interested now." Facts.
Thank you. What more do you need, Mr. Tepper, to realize that this man is a winning coach?
Yeah.
This dude's got a glowing resume. What more do you need?
And then last comment from Damien, he says, "And why is Michigan considering extending his contract when NCAA and Big Ten will keep putting a target on him?" I mean,
yeah, he's got a 3 to 5 year contract sitting on his desk that he could sign. Extension.
Yeah. I mean, of course Michigan's going to offer that. They just won the title.
Oh yeah.
Of course they're going to want him to stay, Damien. That's obvious.
Well, they extended that way before he even got to the national championship.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, before he got to the playoffs.
Oh, well, shoot.
Yeah. That was my point, you know. I saw that pop up about 5 or 6 weeks ago. And I said, okay, Michigan wants to offer that. He's showing interest in NFL teams. That's why they offered it. Because they want to lock him in. I don't blame Michigan at all for wanting to do that.
Lock that man in.
Yeah.
And that's all my comments.
Like, I don't blame Washington at all for Michigan at all for wanting to do that. If I watch that kind of success and that kind of resume and the success he's having popping Michigan back up after 2 years, yeah, I'm going to throw that contract at him. He doesn't have to sign it, but of course.
Yeah.
I want him locked in. I want him to win some more national championships with me. Or at least have a shot at it. As long as you're in the dance, you got a shot at it.
Right.
So, you know, and shout out to my Clemson Tigers that have been in there consistently in the playoffs. Even if when we didn't win it, we were still consistently in the dance, man. We had a seat at the table every year. You know, so same with Alabama. So, with him showing interest in the NFL, of course that's going to happen.
Right.
But he was showing that interest early on. And then he closed the door to NFL teams, and then he opened it back up. So you got the Bears interested. You got, let me double check my chat here, because somebody sent that to me. You got
your chat.
Who else was it? There it is. There it is. You got the Chargers, the Bears, and the Washington Commanders that have expressed interest in him.
Oh.
And remember, the Commanders are going to give the first crack at it to Eric Bieniemy. This is the first team to ever do that. In the amount of times that he's been trying to get the head coach role. This is probably the best way they're going to be able to say, okay, we're going to take you seriously now. We didn't before, but we're going to now.
They're going to now.
Now, the Chicago Bears always hire the wrong head coach. That's history right there. But you got a better GM now. The GM typically hires a head coach. And on down the line, you get your quarterback. The Chargers would probably be the best fit for Harbaugh out of the three.
Ooh, that'd be quite a big deal for them. And
that might actually
Herbert.
help them break that glass ceiling. Because, they've just been sitting on that bubble for years and years and years and just haven't been able to get past it. That might help them do it. Now, granted, that's the most dangerous wild card contender I've seen in 3 years. So, if they get Harbaugh, there's your opportunity. Push that glass ceiling past. But why our name isn't on that list, I don't know. Why is Mr. Tepper this dumb? You spent how much money to hire a consulting firm? And you're not even going to consider the best one out there? Tell me how this makes sense. Make this make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Because it doesn't. Nothing this man does makes any sense. Nothing. I'm sick and tired of complaining about him every week.
Damien says, I wouldn't give Harbaugh an extension if I was Michigan because he has a target on him on college, and that can affect the team and players. Bears are not getting Harbaugh after winning 7 games with Eberflus, which is 4 more games than last season.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're not getting more than 7 wins either with Eberflus.
Oof.
You're not getting more than 7. I'm going to straight up say it. Because you got Justin Bust Fields at quarterback. That's as far as I'm going to go with that. We don't have that conversation already. Several times. And people just keep bringing it back up, so I don't know.
Did you have
but
comments on yours?
I do have some.
Okay, go for it.
But hold up. I want to... What target does Harbaugh have on his back in college, though?
I have no idea.
Because right now, this is his first national championship in, how long? I don't think he's ever won it. In college, has he? Not to my knowledge.
College.
Not to my knowledge. I don't think he has. Could be wrong, though.
Just one. Yeah, just one.
I thought so. Yeah, so he has never won it until this year.
Right.
So what target does this man have on his back? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Got me on that one. All right. All right. So more of this Marcos Cash versus David Screws here in my chat.
Okay.
Marcos Cash says, "Please explain to me how Scott ran the offense. This is pure comedy gold." Honestly, David's probably not getting his words straightened there. He's trying to get his point across, but he's not getting his words straight. I understand that. David said, "That's my point. He didn't, and he's getting blamed." Funny, right? Yeah, exactly. Marco says, "Then why do you keep saying Scott ran the offense?" He didn't, bro. Read. God, dude. You've been doing this all night. David said, "Frank doesn't get blamed. Tepper doesn't get blamed, so fitter." I'm trying to figure out what he's saying there. Marcos Cash says, "You're the only one saying that, bro. But Tepper is getting blamed, though." David says, "It's all Scott right here. Ran this pathetic offense. It's Tep." Yeah, meaning Tepper. Marcos Cash says, "Again, why do you keep saying he ran the offense?" Dude. Yeah, okay. All right. David said, Tepper and Frank, ridiculous. That's the problem. It's not Scott. He created the Legion of Boom for Seattle. My point. Okay. Not exactly. He was in that staff, but he didn't create the Legion of Boom himself. I want to clarify that point. I want to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was riding up the ladder during that time period, but he himself did not create that. He was not GM. He only did the scouting for the GM. David Screw says, "Let's get rid of Tepper. Let's get rid of someone unlike Tepper and Frank. I promise you Scott will thrive under a new regime. Let's celebrate Scott getting fired. Genius." Sarcastically. Marcus Cash says, "David, no, he didn't. He was riding the coattails of the one who drafted the Legion of Boom." True. I am seriously under the impression that you're a casual fan and don't do your own research. Whoa, okay, alright. Let's calm it down, Marcos. And just accept everything you hear at face value. And I could vouch for David. He actually does his own research. He's a part of my research team, man. Don't throw him under the bus like that. Don't do that. You're reading him wrong, Marcos. David says, "I don't do that. Butt hurt. Blame Tepper. Wake up. Accept it, my bro. What's going on?" Marcos is just like, "Scott Fitter fired with a bunch of fireworks and balloons and stuff." God. This is... Oh, God, I'm not prepared for this tonight. This is chaos. David Screw says, "Panther fans don't want to see the big picture." Marco says, "Bro, it starts with Tepper. Duh, you're going to be ignorant and not see that. Oh, the heck is that not Fitter's fault? Scott got suckered." David says, "Scott is like a player. He is screwed because Tepper likes chaos. So thanks for making him look bad." And Bryce, bump you, Tepper. Hate Tepper. I'm the only one. Darn. David Screws, "You never answered my question. What's the best thing Scott Fitter has done?" I mean, fair. He didn't answer his question. David Screws says, "Your fans hating the wrong crap. Get us out of cap hell, built a good team, but he ran the offense. If Scott ran the offense right, no, he didn't. Wake up. Yeah, Marcos, I don't think you're seeing the sarcasm here when he's saying that statement about Tepper or Scott running the offense. He's being sarcastic here. I'm picking up on it now. It took me a minute, but I'm picking up on it. Marco said, David screws. No, he didn't, but you big goofy ball. David says, bad coaches. Marco says, why do you keep asking that? David screws, I'm not explaining anymore. Marco says, quit avoiding the question, what has Fitterer done? David Screw says, I explained, it's me. It's more like what has Tepper done? Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you, David, there. It's more about what Tepper did, really. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Marcos Cash said, no, you have not answered the question. David says, I'm done. Delusional person. You don't listen. You're like a 3-year-old night punk. What has Scott Fitterer done? He spelled out the name. God.
Dang.
He literally put hyphens in between the letters. I'm done. No, this chat's still going. All right. He's still dodging the question. Okay, David says, I'm explaining the person doesn't want to know. Good riddance. Marcos Cash says, you haven't explained anything. You just said a few incoherent sentences and that's it. Why are y'all being so toxic tonight? Listen to this toxicness, man. Get this out of here, man.
It was bound to happen.
Oh my God, man. Yup. I told you this stream was gonna be toxic, bro. I told you this chat was gonna go nuts. You knew it was gonna happen. Oh boy. David Screw says, my point, I'm not explaining it. Listen, Scott hasn't had a reliable coach. He was manipulated, and not to mention Wilkes turned the team around that Scott built. He is not done right. We broke records under Wilkes. With Scott's players, wake up. We put over 500 yards on the Lions. Facts. That is facts. You go back and look at those numbers. That's facts.
Oh, yeah, last season?
Yep. But, it's Scott's, right? It's Scott's fault, right? No, it's Tepper. Tepper hasn't hired a good coach. My point, I'm done. Facts. I'm with you. Marcos Cash says, that doesn't make sense, bro. The coach doesn't deal with contracts, negotiates player personnel. You plain plain as day do not make sense. But we do. That's what they're doing. Because they're... Oh, God, man. Because we're backwards. We're doing things backwards. That goes back into my points, man. We're doing things backwards. That's what the GM is supposed to be doing. That's what he said in the definition. Normally. That's what happens. Normally. Some of y'all did not pass the context clues part of education class, did you? In English class. And it shows. Oh, Lordy. Reading comprehension is a thing, people. David Screw says, not to mention we had over 300 rushing yards that in that 20 degrees game in Carolina. Facts. We did. Stop this. I know my stuff. Yeah, he does, though. He does. I can vouch for it. Marcos Cash says, David Screws, the same players had a chance to resign and elected not to. The contradiction in your statement is hilarious. David Screw says, you know what? You're hilarious because you don't study.
Uh-oh. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, God. Marcos Cash says, your mental capacity is hilarious. Wow, man. This is like a Mike Tyson fight in my chat right now, y'all.
Yeah.
You really pick it, but it's your loss. You shouldn't be here. You should still be here. Be sure to bash this man when he builds a successful franchise that succeeds. We messed up. Well, let's not celebrate. They ain't waking up. Nice try. Thanks, Tepper. They're Ghost and Ghostbusters. God. Marcos Cash says, well, Tepper ain't selling, so get over it. That's true. He's not selling.
No,
but he could delegate. He could delegate. And he hasn't done it yet. For what reason, I have no idea. But he still has not done it yet. Oh, yeah, a consulting firm. Oh, yeah. And then let's hide behind our let's hide in our $1 million mansion and not address the fans and the media.
Oof.
Whenever you make a decision on a head coach or a GM. Yeah, let's be a total coward. That's my thoughts right there. Like, why? Why are you hiding from the media? What do you possibly have to hide from? Take accountability for your actions. Whatever they may be. Whether you succeed or fail. That is on you. You can sink or swim based on your actions. You have to take accountability for that. You take your L's. If you made the wrong ones. That's what life is.
Right.
When you have a platform that big, you have to do that. Alright, so sounds like your conspiracy theories. Am I correct? I'm going to tell you if you do. About Tepper selling the team. So your female emotions. Screws stay mad. Are you serious? Scott fired Matt. But Matt had more power than Scott. I started to question your credibility. Dude, both of these coaches had more power than Scott. Both of these coaches did. Not just Matt. You think these guys got all their players that they wanted by just pure happenstance? Where do you think these players came from? Mars? You can question my credibility all you want. And I normally don't play this card, but how many times have I actually been right? Sometimes you got to have all the cards, bro, if you want to call somebody out like that. I'm just saying. You got to have all the cards and all your ducks in a row before you start calling them out credibility, because where's your credibility in this chat right now? Because the hypocrisy is real. It's real, and it is red hot flaming flag right now. I love you, but I gotta call you out. It's a red hot flaming cap right now. Alright, so Marcos Cash, Matt Rule was guaranteed at least 5 wins per season. I'm just saying. No, he wasn't. Matt Rule was not guaranteed jack crap when he was handed that contract.
Oh.
No, Matt Rule said, I need 7 years to build this franchise. No, you don't. You lying snake. We exposed him too. Alright? So don't even try that. Don't even try that. We already exposed him last year. What are you bringing up the old ghosts of the past, bro? Facts, Mr. Jason Ingram. He agreed with you. All right, fair enough. I mean, I'm like I said, Marcos Castro. I'm reading your statements out, and I respect your right to post them. Do I agree with you? No, but that's okay. We're not always gonna agree around here, as long as we respect each other and we're cool about it, you know. And it leads to healthy debate. That's what matters, and we get something positive out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're
This
trying to
is
do
true.
here. Marcos Cash says, What was Scott Fitter's role in Seattle? I had minimal impact in building Legion of Boom. Actually, he had a lot of impact on that. He was moving up the ladder real quick.
Yeah, that is true. That is
Every
true,
year he
actually.
would get a promotion. Go look it up. Go look it up, bro. You telling us we don't do our research, do the research yourself.
Because remember, he's been there from '01 to 2020. That's a long time.
Facts. Do your own research, sir.
And that's at least 14 playoff appearances. That's a long time.
Right.
Just saying.
He scouted these guys. Yeah. Isaiah Sasic. New guy here. I don't recognize that name. Welcome. Our offensive line was like butter, and the defense we faced was like a hot knife. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
Marcos Cash says defense from Green Bay was ranked in the 20s, I think. All right. Yep, we looked those up. Bryce had one good game against a suspect defense who had been calling for Joe Barry's job for weeks prior to playing Panthers and had a handful of plays. That's it. Dude, we were actually running some good routes during that game. If you actually go back and look at some of the routes we were running, these guys were getting open. And it's not just because that Green Bay defense was bad. It was because we were actually running a proper offense. We actually had the time to throw the ball and make reads and do the things that we were supposed to be doing with proper production. You know, and with proper development that we built on the week before off of those successes. So, yes. Marcos Cash says Bryce has 2.8 seconds of clean pocket time against the blitz. That's top 10 in the NFL. No, it isn't. No, it is not, sir. 2.5 is the average. And if you were doing your research, you would know this. Now, let's keep it a buck, Marcos. You can't come in here and start spreading lies like that. Go do your own research, sir. That does not pass the eye test, and you know it. But the 2.8 is accurate. That's Bryce throwing the ball. That's him trying to make decisions in 2.8 when the average is 2.5. That's where that number comes from, sir. Marco says, why listen to Steve Smith? I don't get it. Are you serious? Did you just bash my man Steve Smith, the GOAT? Number 89? In my chat? How dare you, sir?
No.
How dare you, sir?
Don't hurt him now.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm very disappointed in you. I thought you were better than this, bro. You can't come into this chat and do that, bro. Nah. Nah. Not in my chat. Not in my chat. That's like disrespecting Luke Kuechly or Thomas Davis up in here, man. Or Greg Olsen. You don't do that. That's a no-no. That's a no-no, bro. When Steve Smith talks, you listen, bro. You don't have to take his draft pick suggestion. But listen to him? Absolutely. The man's a legend.
Yeah, especially when it comes to wide receivers. I mean,
How are you going to come in here and do this garbage, man? And you want to talk about people who don't know their stuff, man. The hypocrisy right now is flamboyant with you, sir.
Oh, I gotta address this. Two quick comments. I gotta address this.
Oh my God.
Damien says, "Okay, we're not going after Fields. I know we're not talking about bust. Y'all had Sam Darnold. I don't want to hear Fields as a bust.
Oh my
God.
God.
Fields is a bust. Like you say, he is. Why does he have more wins than Bryce and Darnold combined? Hold up.
We have opened the floodgates,
okay.
ladies and gentlemen.
So Bryce.
Here we go.
Okay, Justin Fields.
Here we go.
Looking at his record, he only has, guess what? One win more than Bryce and Darnold combined. When they were talking about both tiers in Carolina, both, times in Carolina, overall, Justin Fields has one win more than Bryce and Darnold combined. Dude, you can't compare bad with bad. It don't work like that, bro.
No.
Come on now. You're seriously gonna compare bad with bad? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, I didn't specifically say that Justin Fields is a bust.
I did.
But Corey did. But bro, how you gonna compare bad with bad?
Facts.
Come on now.
Thank you.
Come on now.
Facts.
Like,
we
I could see if
the
you had
floodgates
said,
of cap
like,
right now.
I could see if you had said better than, like, what Baker Mayfield did with us. I could see if you had said that, but dude, really? Comparing Justin Fields to Bryce and Darnold combined? How you gonna compare bad with bad, bro?
Oh, God.
Dude, the dude has 11 wins his entire career with Chicago as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
11.
Mm-hmm.
11.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, all three of those seasons, he did not start every game.
Yep.
So, come on now.
Oh,
gosh. Bro, you can't compare bad with bad only because one has a tiny bit better than the other. That's not a reasonable comparison, Damien. It's like you're comparing, like...
I love y'all, but no.
It's like you're comparing poop to a rose that has poop on it. Come on now. Like, both stink. Both stink. Not to mention, if that wasn't the case, then why have there been rumors and discussions floating around about the idea of them moving on from Justin Fields?
What the? Did you really just put that in chat, Marcos?
I'm just saying. I'm just
all
saying.
All right.
Continue with yours.
This is just chaos. This is chaos. We have opened the floodgates of Pandora's box now.
Nah, Damien. No, you're not being reasonable, Damien. You can't sit there and compare bad with bad just because someone.
No,
just
he's
because
not,
someone
Marcos. Stop it.
Just because someone did a tiny bit better than the others, Damien, you're just reaching. You're just reaching for a little bit of being right. You're just reaching, bro. Come on now. Stop.
Oh, God.
Stop. You even know yourself that's not even reasonable. You're just defending yourself with the whole Justin Fields bus talk. I get it, but come on, you can do better than that.
You can do better
than that. Come on now.
Marcos, all right. No, you can't come into this chat like that. Nah. Don't bring that energy up in here, man.
Uh-oh, what you do?
about Steve Smith. Don't do that. All right, so he continues to say Fitter literally said he drafted DJ Johnson because of his traits of an NFL edge, not talent. Okay, first of all, this was Evero Ajaro's pick. Did you not watch the video about the draft? When they showed Evero just like getting excited and calling him up? You didn't see that part. That's Ajaro's pick. Nah, you gotta stop with that. And what has DJ Johnson done all year? Nothing. My whole thing is, okay, you're going to move Jeremy Chin to linebacker. You're going to move Brian Burns to linebacker. Why not just draft a linebacker instead of trading up 2 picks for a guy that we don't even use? And furthermore, that safety we drafted ended up on special teams.
Oh, yeah.
Because we already had enough safeties to begin with. Like, why not just draft a linebacker? It's not rocket science. Why do we need to do this? You know, you screwed up the draft by going after Mingo and a wide receiver too soon when you could have been drafting a linebacker that round. Then go after a wide receiver. Then you wouldn't even need an extra safety. You wouldn't even need a DJ Johnson that doesn't even do anything. You could have used that extra pick for something else, bro. Maybe a defensive end? Ding, 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 ding. Maybe that's something that Brian Burns might need on the other side of the line.
Yeah, need some help.
Or an extra corner. Which, oh, guess what? The best corner got taken by Dallas late rounds. Hodges Tomlinson. How that dude survived for that long, I don't know. We didn't pick him up, but no, we picked up a safety. Because you refused to pick up a linebacker. Yeah, y'all think I don't remember exactly what happened in that draft. I got photographic memory of what happened in that draft because when you screw up that bad and that momentally, I'm going to remember it. Because that's what our coaching staff asked him to do. They asked him to go after these players and screw up. Alright, so...
Damien says rumors are rumors. I don't pay attention to that unless they turn into reports, which is fair. I just find it pretty emptive that at one point at the beginning of the season they were talking preemptively MVP discussions about Justin Fields. I wonder why. I still don't know. Secondly, he says DJ got in the 1K list with Fields as a starter. What do you mean DJ and Fields haven't done anything? Okay. Thielen got 1,000 yards receiving in the column with Bryce Young. What's your point?
And DJ is still going to be DJ no matter where he ends up. They're still going to snub him anyway because guess what? He's a former Panther.
And guess
they
what?
snubbed Derek Brown too.
You know what a lot of that was? Yak. I guarantee you a lot of that was Yak.
Facts.
Don't even play with me when it comes to DJ Moore, Damien, because we had him first. We know. I guarantee you a big chunk of that was Yak.
Facts. All right, so Marcos Cash says Bryce had one of the best O-lines in college and still got sacked 47 times. Yeah, he runs into sacks. All right, I'm not even going to address that one. I'm not even going to go there. That's college. I don't care about college. I care about what happens in in a Panther uniform. That's not what I'm... Guys. Yeah, you put up the numbers in college. Fantastic. But what do you do in a Panthers uniform? When you sign that contract, that's what I care about. That's when I start caring. Because that's our money on the line. That's the people's money. That's the Charlotte taxpayers' money. That's our money when we go up to that stadium and buy those tickets and that merch and that food that goes into that, and the PSLs and ticket sales. That goes directly to them. What do they do in a Panther uniform? That's when we have to start caring. Alright, so Steve Smith is a legend as a player, but Smith doesn't know anything about scouting players, and him picking Mingo in the second justifies that. Now hold up a second. You can't just automatically say, oh, he doesn't know anything about scouting. I have consistently watched videos of this man actually touting wide receivers. In fact, I just watched one yesterday about him highlighting it earlier today, about him highlighting the Dallas wide receiver that jumped at the highlight of his high point of his jump and caught one in between a tight window touchdown 2-point conversion. Yeah. Actually, that was Cam Newton. My bad. That was Cam Newton. Cam Newton highlighted that one. But still, I feel like Steve Smith would have. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Cam Newton, Steve would have. Because he has that much respect for these wide receivers. He's actually pointed out some of these guys. He has pointed out several of these guys. He even pointed out Thielen earlier this year in a tiptoe catch on the sideline. And he broke that play down too. Don't tell me this man doesn't know what he's doing. He's a legend for a reason, because he knows what he knows his craft, dude. So you're gonna tell me he doesn't know how to scout after being a legend? I'm not buying it, bro. Don't come in here with that energy. Bryce is a bust. I'm out. No. Bryce is not a bust, sir. Bryce is not a bust. No, Justin Fields is a bust.
I mean, I hope he doesn't turn into one, but I think it's too early.
Matt Corral was a bust. Matt Corral was a bust. I'm honestly starting to get on that train right now, because we did try him out.
I mean, we tried him out in preseason.
Yeah. I would you put him in a regular season game, though? Would you have put him in?
I honestly feel like I haven't seen enough to really garner a decision. So, I mean,
okay, fair enough. I would have
been okay with it, especially considering the fact that we traded up to get him. That's another thing that stands out. So,
fair point.
Yeah, that's my only thing. I just feel like we should have gotten as much as we could get out of him to really see. But, I mean, it is what it is.
Fair argument. Yeah, I'll walk that one back.
I just think, him getting hurt, that set him back quite a bit, unfortunately. Yep. So, yeah, that Liz Frank injury, that's no joke. But yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so now let's address this schedule for next year. I want to.
Do you want to do that first, or go over the GM candidates?
Let's do the GM candidates.
Okay.
Let's knock this out of the park. Go ahead.
Okay. GM candidate tracker.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
anything about these guys, so you're gonna have to teach me who these guys are.
So thankfully, it looks like on the site they have a little bit of description for each.
Perfect.
So according to the GM tracker, there's 8 that they have on here. Okay.
All right.
So first up, the Giants assistant GM Brandon Brown. It says in his second season with the Giants, he helped rebuild a roster that went to the playoffs last season. Prior to joining the Giants, he spent 5 years with the Eagles, where he was director of player personnel, also worked for the Colts, and as an intern with the Jets, and as a recruiter at Boston College. A former defensive back at Fordham, he also holds a law degree. Okay. A little bit of success with the Giants.
Not that impressive, considering the Giants weren't that good for a while.
Well, it was. It was a little something, being that was the year where Brian Daboll did win Coach of the Year. So, that's
okay. Fair.
Now whether
Fair.
he is peaked or not remains to be seen.
Fair.
Next up, we have assistant general manager for the Colts, Ed Dodds. Ed Dodds. Dodds interviewed for the opening here back in 2021, but withdrew his name from consideration during the process. He has been with the Colts since 2017, having previously worked in the Seahawks front office with former Panthers GM Scott Fitterer as they built a Super Bowl winner there. Dodds got his start in the league as a pro scout with the Raiders. Oh, so some familiarity there with Scott Fitterer.
That's not going to go over well with people.
Yeah.
I can already tell you that right now. If everybody's celebrating the fact that Scott's gone, then they're not going to like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it. Hold up. Let me address this one thing. Damien says Bunny Fields is a bust. Next year he has been sitting under Andy Dalton, had 3 coaching staff, one of who has no head coach. Bro, you're defending a quarterback that has an 11-29 record as a starter. You're not making any points. 11-29 as a starter 3 years into the league. I don't want to hear it, Damien. You're not making any sort of argument, bro. I'm sorry to tell you. I appreciate you trying, but you're defending somebody that has an 11-29
Give
record
me a second, Marcos.
As a starter. You're not helping yourself, bro. 11-29. 11-29. 3 years, 11-29.
Give me a sec, bro. He's addressing a comment.
If you're gonna sit there and mention Bryce and Darnold, especially Bryce in his first year, you mentioned that, and then try to back it up with Fields, who hasn't been doing that great in the 3 years, who's been there longer than Bryce.
True.
I ain't trying to hear it.
True.
You're not making any point, bro. You're literally trying to defend bad. You're going up against bad with bad. The only thing you're doing that's like me trying to
doesn't work.
That's like me trying to defend myself against somebody that shot the basketball and hit 1 out of 10, and I hit 3 out of 10. Come on, dude. Both are still bad.
Yeah.
Both are still bad. Come on now. You know it. You know it, and I know it. Come on now. Okay.
My turn here. Marcos Cash says, here is an ESPN article proving my point that 2.8 seconds of pocket time is 6th best in the league. Do you always focus on ESPN and what they say? Or do you focus on the eye test as well? Because I don't just focus on what ESPN says. I focus on what I see as well. And I see 2.5, sir. I don't see 2.8. You said it was sixth best in the league. What was the first? 2.5, wasn't it? Don't come in here with that. You're telling me to educate myself, homie. You go educate yourself.
Uh-oh.
Don't come in here with that energy, man. I done told you about that. All these people come in here trying to prove me wrong all the time, man. I don't like that energy. Now, if you got an actual fact that can prove me wrong, show it. But if you don't have an actual fact, don't come in here constantly trying to prove me wrong and trying to act like I don't know nothing about football. That's the attitude I don't like. Because I'm not coming in here trying to act like I know everything from anything, about football. That's not my mentality. I get things wrong too, homie. Since you want to call me homie over here, I'm going to call you homie too, because you my homie. We friends over here, man. I'm going to return that same energy, bro. We homies. But you can't come in here with that type of energy and expect me not to throw it back at you. Nah, dog. That's not how this works. Marcos Cass says, I mostly focus on the eye test, then have stats to back me. Okay, there you go. There you go. You already said you mostly focus on the eye test. Okay. Then if you're focused on the eye test, you're seeing 2.8, I'm seeing 2.5. That's a different eye test for the two of us. We're not always going to see eye to eye. We're not always going to be on the same page all the time. But yet you say stats and numbers don't lie. Okay, well, not all the numbers show the entire full picture of what's going on. That's why you got the eye test, bro. The PFF, perfect example of this. Taylor and Icky in the last game had a horrible PFF grade. Does that pass the eye test to you? No, it does not, sir.
Uh-oh.
Not at all. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The stats and numbers don't always tell the whole story. You got to look at the whole story, bro. Otherwise, you're not getting the whole jigsaw puzzle. You're only getting half of it. All right, continue.
Okay. Next up. Assistant General Manager of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Mike Greenberg. In his first season as assistant GM, spent 12 years in football administration with the Buccaneers, working on all aspects of the salary cap, contract negotiations, compliance with the NFL's collective bargaining agreement, as well as the club's financial and strategic planning. He has helped the Bucs win 3 straight NFC South Division titles while navigating a complicated cap situation. Okay, yeah, he's got my attention.
He's helped them get there?
Yep.
I don't know about that. Are we not giving any credit to coaching? Isn't that what the coach is supposed to do? He's supposed to coach the players that you get?
Of course that's understandable, yeah. But, that's part of it.
He's helped get them there. Okay, fair enough. All right, so
somebody to keep an eye out.
The collective bargaining agreement. Okay. That's what caught my attention in that whole thing. And I don't like it.
Yeah, compliance with the NFL's collective bargaining agreement.
There are a lot of people in the players' union that were not happy with that agreement. So I don't know about that one.
You saying that could potentially be a red flag?
I don't know. I don't know, but it caught my attention though.
Okay.
It's
Uh,
something to keep
to-
an eye on.
totally understandable.
Maybe do a little
Um,
digging on. So if anybody
okay.
wants to do some digging on that, go for it. Let
That's
us know.
Mike. That's Mike Greenberg, assistant general manager for the Bucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Alec Hallaby, the assistant general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. Hallaby has spent 16 years with the Eagles, rising through the ranks, starting as an intern, then moving up through player personnel, special assistant to the GM, and several years as vice president of football operations and strategy. Hallaby focuses on player evaluation, roster management, and resource allocation. The Harvard graduate has also led the Eagles through an integration of traditional and analytical methods in decision making.
Hello.
Hello.
You got me at Harvard graduate.
Oh shoot.
You got me at Harvard graduate, sir.
Ivy League up in here.
Woo. Where'd this guy come from? Remind me again?
Assistant general manager of the Eagles.
We have a winner.
Couple of things that
Ding,
stand
ding,
out.
ding. We have a winner.
Says he literally focuses on player evaluation, roster management, resource allocation.
Yep. Those are the three we need most.
And
we have a winner.
And has led the Eagles through an integration of both traditional and analytical methods in decision making.
We got a winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
Pretty strong resume.
Winner, chicken dinner right there. He just separated himself from everybody with that resume.
Dang.
It's not even close.
Well,
I like that.
So Alec Hallaby is his name. Yeah, you have to circle him.
Yep, let's have a conversation, sir. Let me find out who you are, sir.
All right, next up, Kai Harley, the assistant general manager and vice president of football operations for the New Orleans Saints. A former financial analyst, Harley has made a name for himself working with salary caps both in positions with the league office and since joining the Saints in 2008. In his 16 seasons with the Saints, Harley has worked with the pro and college personnel departments to prepare for free agency and the NFL draft. His primary duties now include contract negotiation and strategic planning / management of the Saints salary cap and roster management.
This is a big no. This is a big heck no. If you watch the Saints salary cap in the last 5 years, it's dipped into the red several times.
Actually, that is a fair point. That is actually a fair point.
I don't like this dude. That's a no. Nope. Next.
That was quick. All right. Champ Kelly, interim general manager of the Las Vegas Raiders. Kelly interviewed for the opening here in 2021. So he's interviewed for the opening with us before, when he was the assistant director of player personnel with the Bears. He moved to the Raiders as assistant GM in 2022 and took over as interim midseason this year with the firing of Dave Ziegler. A former receiver and defensive back at Kentucky, he has worked in a variety of roles in football, from the minor leagues to working as a contract advisor.
We don't need a contract advisor. No, that's the first reason we said no to him. Plus the fact that he's with the Chicago Bears. And he goes over to the Raiders. The Raiders still suck after he's over there. And he works with contract negotiations. Okay, what?
Contract advisor.
Contract advisor. Okay, can anybody tell me any good contracts the players have had while he was in charge?
Yeah, honestly.
Because right now, you're not selling me, bro.
I just chop it up to he got his feet wet, I guess, becoming
Yeah, he
interim
got his feet
GM.
wet, and that's not good enough.
So
Not
that's
even close
really
to
the
good
only thing
enough.
I can say.
If you claim you're good at something and then you suck at it, don't come interview here for a job. Because we're going to say no.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Okay. We got two more. Nick Mateo, Vice President of Football Operations for the Baltimore Ravens. Before joining the Ravens, Mateo spent 9 years with the NFL Management Council, eventually being named the NFL's Senior Director of Labor Operations. Since joining the Ravens in 2019, Mateo has been placed in charge of negotiating the contracts of every draft pick during that time. He oversees all of football administration in Baltimore, including all general roster transactions.
Remind me again the last time Baltimore's won a Super Bowl.
Uh,
09. And that was the only one they got, right?
no, they have two or
Two?
three. I think two.
All right,
Um,
two.
uh, let me make sure. So, 2000 and 2012.
That's been forever ago. You've had all that time to put together a winning roster in Baltimore and you haven't been able to do it. Not till
Well,
this year.
he got there in 2019.
Okay. 2019. 2019. 2020. 2021. 2022. You've had
Not to
4 years
mention,
now to
not to
build a
mention,
winning roster that could get you a Lombardi in Baltimore. And these have been dangerous Baltimore teams in December, in November.
not to mention, 2019 was the year Lamar Jackson won MVP. So
Right. So you've had that much time to build up something to build on that, right? And continue that. But you haven't been able to pull it off. Even with a successful November and December every year. And your strength is contract negotiations with rookies. I don't know how I feel about him having all those roles, of like all those fancy titles of controlling the athletics in Baltimore and all that. That's ugh.
mm,
And what was it with the NFL? Which one?
Senior Director of Labor Operations.
Okay, labor operations. What exactly does that entail?
I have no idea.
See that right there. There are so many pointless jobs in some of these companies, man. That one might be a pointless job. You don't actually do anything. You just sit in board meetings.
I mean, I don't know. It's just like I don't know exactly what the role is, but
Maybe,
yeah,
maybe. I mean, if it's a legitimate role, then fair enough. If not, you're just sitting there drinking some coffee in some board meetings with the NFL executives. Big whoop de doo. Anybody can do that. So,
yeah.
to me, I'm like, nah. That's a hard no.
Well, shoot, I want to do that. I want some of that money. Shoot.
Right, right. You get a free paycheck just sitting there drinking some coffee every
I
morning.
want that money.
Shoot, I'll do that.
So, in regards to Champ Kelly, Damien says Josh Jacobs, Max Crosby, Max Crosby, Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfrow.
Okay,
Uh,
fair
was
enough. Fair enough.
was
That's
he?
four.
Well, he was assistant GM at the time before
Yeah,
taking over. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's
I'll
fair.
buy into that one.
Because I was thinking about the timing of those moves. So yeah,
Right.
fair enough. And then one more.
All right.
Uh, Brant Tillis, the vice president of football operations for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's another one that interviewed for the Panthers GM job in 2021.
I heard we
Has
requested in a chance to talk to him. By the way,
yes,
we requested
uh,
like 3 people out of that list.
has 14 years of experience with the Chiefs. Comes from a salary cap and contract negotiations background. In his current role, he works alongside GM Brent Veach in multiple areas, including cap management and roster strategy. Negotiated the record breaking deal for quarterback Patrick Mahomes, which runs through the 2031
Mm,
season. Also
mm,
spent 3 years with the league office working with the management council.
mm. The
Pat,
management council.
Patrick Mahomes, a two-time MVP, two-time Super Bowl
Like,
champ. So,
like all these roles in the NFL don't matter to me. That's just like foreign language to me. What I care about is what you did within the Chiefs organization.
well, yeah, that's fair. It's just
Yeah,
you gotta build a resume. But yeah,
that's
I
just
I get it.
fluff to me. I'm sorry, that's fluff. All right, so you negotiated Patrick Mahomes' resume. You you focus on rosters and cap management. Okay.
Yeah, roster strategy and cap management.
Chiefs have had good cap.
Yep.
They know when to let go of players that are holding too much cap. You know, they know what to do as far as trade value. Uh, let, let me put this into perspective for you. The Chiefs just got McCole Hardman back for nothing. All they had to give up was a sixth rounder, a sixth and a seventh.
Mm-hmm.
When you know for a doggone sure this man is worth way more than that. The Jets are idiots. They have no idea what they just gave up on. Just because you can't use him doesn't mean the Chiefs can't find a way to use him. That was their number 2 wide receiver during the Super Bowl year. And you just got him back for a sixth and a seventh? There's something fishy going on here in the Jets organization, I'm telling you. That ain't right. That's not right.
Mm,
Uh, so I mean the man does understand trade value.
right.
Um, he understands a good deal when he sees it, and that's a good deal.
Mm,
That's grossly undercutting his value. Easy. Sixth and the seventh is garbage time picks. Come on. Done. Shoot, you could have asked for a player. You probably would have gotten him too. Knowing how
yeah.
dumb that Jets GM is right now, you might have gotten him. But anyway, I'll say yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah.
I'm
I'd be willing to
interested.
give him a look.
I'm not
So,
sold on him. I like that Eagles guy the best.
Alec Hallaby.
Yeah, Eric Hallaby.
Yeah. Um. He.
That's the winner for me.
That's a lot of checks. I mean,
That's a winner for me. He checks all my boxes.
I mean,
I don't know
interim
what
player.
more you need.
I mean, interim player personnel, special assistant
Right.
to the GM, VP, assistant
Right.
GM, like not to mention hitting the points of focus on player evaluation, roster management, and
Yep.
resource
The things we
allocation.
need most right now.
Believes in both analytical and traditional methods of decision making. I
Yep.
mean, he's not solely analytical.
Facts. That's another plus.
So when you think about it, think about actually if if they actually gave this man a shot, what he could do
Yep.
in the GM role. Something to think about.
Yep. I'm sold.
But I think that last guy,
I'd give him
Brent
an
Tillis,
interview.
I think Brent Tillis, I think is somebody they could interview as well. The last guy, Chiefs VP.
Yep. I'd give him an interview too. Let's find out who these guys are, huh?
Yeah. So those are your 8 GMs on the GM tracker. One other thing I wanted to note, there have been some signings.
Yep.
14 players signed to deals for 2024. One of them, Steven Sullivan is returning. Defensive lineman LeBrian Ray and Nick Thurman are returning.
Uh,
Other, so they're coming back 1-year extensions, and then 11 members to the practice squad to future deals. Running back Tariq Cohen, running backs Mike Boone and Spencer Brown, wide receivers Jalen Camp, Cam Sims, tight ends Jordan Matthews, Chris Pierce, offensive tackle Badara Traore, defensive end Raekwon Williams, and cornerbacks AJ Parker and Lamar Jackson.
okay, let's talk about the players that we do know about. The rest of them, I have no clue. You know what I mean?
Same.
I've never heard of them. You know, so let's talk about Spencer Brown. I'm happy with Spencer Brown ending back up on there. That's good.
Yeah.
I see potential in that man.
Perhaps Tariq Cohen next season will get a shot.
Maybe. I'd say put him in the practice squad against. Training camp against Spencer Brown. Let's see which one wins.
Okay.
Battle them out.
Jordan Matthews was a familiar name, but
yeah,
I don't think he was really one that got a chance to take off.
Yeah.
Raekwon Williams is another familiar name at defensive end. Those other names, I have no idea who they are.
Well, LeBrian Ray never got any snaps that I know of.
I know Nick Thurman did. LeBrian Ray, I don't. Well, he got 6 solo tackles, so that's it.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
He contributed. Okay, great. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Steven Sullivan, I definitely agree with the 1-year extension on. I want to find out more about him.
I think the thing with him is it seems that he can play receiver and tight end, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not exclusively a tight end. He's not exclusively a wide receiver.
Right.
So he's one of those hybrid types that can fill your roster up with one spot so you don't have to go after another player for another position.
And I will say, they did give him a lot of looks when he got healthy and was able to play. So I got to give them credit on that.
Raekwon Williams, I think if we were to have given him a shot, he would have been 3rd or 4th in a 53-man roster. depth chart.
Perhaps.
Arguably a third, but I'd probably put him at fourth.
You put him at fourth? Okay.
And at that point, yeah, training's, practice squad, because we got enough weaponry already. Of average defensive ends. And with all due respect to him, I do believe that's what we're doing with. Until you train yourself up and prove yourself otherwise and break your own glass ceiling, then that's what you are. That's your identity. You want to change your identity? Prove it. These are 1-year prove it deals. So prove it. Don't get lazy. Prove it. Not to us. Prove it to the coaches. They're the ones that wanted you sign. Alright, so let's hit up that schedule for 2024. That's
alrighty. So you know what? Let's go over the away games first.
I don't like what I'm seeing right now. I'm just gonna say that right now.
So let's do the away games first. So for the away games, of course, we all know the usual: Falcons, Saints, Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
For the away games, we have the Raiders, the Broncos, the Bears, the Commanders, and the Eagles.
I feel like the away games are a lot more manageable than the home games at this point. And you'll see why when you start going through the home games. But let's start with the division. We split with the Falcons, typically.
Yeah.
We don't do well in the Falcons dome. We don't do well in the Saints dome. So that's 2 losses already. Now, if we can get a couple wins off the Bucks, that would really go a long way to getting us where we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, it's gonna be tough, especially considering we didn't win a single away game this year.
Right. If we come in swinging with that same energy we brought into that Bucks game this weekend, that's a loss.
Yeah.
Straight up, that's a loss. I don't care. If they don't get a single draft pick signed, we're still going to lose. You got to come in swinging. That's a division opponent. You got to come in swinging, whether you were out of the playoffs or not. So the Eagles, that's a loss.
Yeah, I agree, unfortunately.
Yep.
I know my brother's going to probably see this because he's an Eagles fan. Ew.
Yep.
And my dad's a Raiders fan, so we're probably going to watch that game together.
Washington Commanders, that's going to be an interesting one. We're going to keep an eye on that. If Eric Bieniemy takes over.
Ooh, that'll be quite interesting.
That's what I think. Yeah. Could be interesting. The Bears, that's a win.
Yeah, we'll get another crack at the Bears, so that's
we better win that game. After they just took our number 1 pick, we better win that game.
Yeah, it's going to be at Soldier Field this time. So.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Watch it be there in the middle of winter.
And then the Broncos, my sister's husband is a Broncos fan.
I still think we can get a win off of Washington. It just depends on what happens with that team.
Right.
Like, if we build up enough, we should be able to get a win there.
Yeah.
The Broncos are still going to be improving. They've got Russell Wilson. They've got their head coach, Sean Payton, down there.
Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, they've got Patrick Surtain. They've got solid building blocks. Now, what are they going to do to build off of those building blocks? Are you
Yeah.
going to build a frame for your house? Are you going to build windows? Are you going to put plumbing in, electrical with it? You know? What are you going to do with that foundation? Let's wait and see. You know, and they were still considered one of the top 3 most dangerous 8-8 teams at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They were coming on strong, dude. I was like, whoa. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking.
Sean Payton did have that team turned around in like, what, 3 games?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm impressed.
They went on that win streak.
That's how good Sean Payton is as a coach. Like, Saints, y'all screwed up.
Yeah.
Y'all should have never let this man go. Now you are screwed.
So those are the away games.
And Raiders, I feel like Raiders will beat us. They're still competitive, even though they have a trash team. They're still competitive.
We didn't even beat them the last 2 times.
They're in the AFC South, man. They're in the AFC West, I'm sorry. AFC West. That's a dangerous division, and it's full of competitors.
Right. And besides, the last 2 meetings against the Raiders, we didn't beat. I don't even remember the last time we even beat the Raiders, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, Washington's field. I was watching Washington after our game for a little bit. That field looked like a doggone farm field. It looked like somebody ran a bunch of tractors over it.
Oh, jeez.
So we need to watch out for that. That could cause injuries. It looked horrible.
Yeah. Okay. So, home games.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the usual Falcons, Saints, Bucks.
Yeah.
We host the Giants, Cowboys, Cardinals, Bengals, Chargers, and Chiefs. Wow, so we have to play the entire AFC West and NFC East next season. What the heck? Oh, Jesus.
I saw this schedule in my news feed, in my feed, like after we had just gotten that L. I'm telling you, my heart dropped when I saw this. I'm not even kidding you. I said some non-family friendly words that I will not repeat on stream. Let's put it that way. This is not what you want to see after a 2-win season.
That's crazy, man. We got to play the entire AFC West and NFC East.
That's not what you want to see pop up in your newsfeed, man. Not at all.
Well,
horrendous. I've seen the Buccaneers schedule as well. I'll put that up on screen in a little bit, but it's almost as bad as ours.
So the Cardinals, well, the last time we played the Cardinals, we lost, but I mean, they're kind of rebuilding as well.
Keep in mind, Kyler Murray will most likely be playing that game against us.
Yeah. We got to play the Bengals, and I am not trying to deal with a healthy Joe Burrow.
That's a fact. And that Bengals team was streaky without him. So we don't know what Bengals team was going to come out.
Chargers, that will be... I mean, last time we played the Chargers, we did beat them. So Chargers are going to be interesting. We hadn't played them in a hot minute.
I'm going to say loss. These guys are better than the Raiders. They're slightly more competitive. Very dangerous 8-8 team. Arguably the most dangerous one.
And then the Cowboys, which I mean, bro, we haven't beaten the Cowboys. We haven't beaten the Cowboys since Cam Newton 2015.
That's a loss. Come on.
So, yeah. The Giants. Well, we lost the last 2 times we played the Giants.
Yeah.
I think the last time we beat the Giants, we had Cam.
You gotta be kidding me, man. We gotta win that game.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. We lose to them again.
The Chiefs, although the last time we played the Chiefs, we came really close. Really close. But it's the Chiefs still.
We played a heck of a game against those guys, too.
Yeah, especially Teddy Bridgewater converting that 4th and 13 on his legs with that dive for the first down. That was
Wasn't
insane.
that during Wilkes' time?
No. I mean, not time as a head coach, but time when he was D coordinator. Or when he was on the staff, I believe. But yeah. But we haven't beaten the Chiefs. I think the last time we beat the Chiefs, I remember we got a shutout on the Chiefs because I remember we had smash and dash.
Yep.
Yeah. So, oof. So yeah.
Division teams. I mean, we could probably get the win over the Falcons.
Yeah.
Maybe the Saints at home.
Yeah, we tend to do pretty well against the Falcons.
We could have a shot at home.
Yeah.
It's those away games against division opponents. That's where we're screwed. I see 4 to 5 wins. And that's before we start making moves.
Looking at this, I am thinking 1, 2, maybe 2 to 3 away wins.
4.
And then 1, 2, maybe 2 to 3 home wins, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. You're counting division, right?
Yeah.
That's about how many I got, too. Was about 5.
So if I'm being extremely generous...
5.
5 to 6. And that's me being very generous.
Mm-hmm. 5 is me being generous.
Because, I mean, looking at things now, like, the away games that I'm thinking are one of the Make It Lucky and one of the division games. The Commanders and the Bears. And then for the home games, the Cardinals, Falcons, Saints.
Yeah. I can get on board with that.
So, because I definitely do not believe that we're beating the Eagles, Raiders, Bengals, Cowboys, nor Chiefs.
Agreed. I'll add the Chargers to that list as well.
And the Chargers. Like I said, Giants, I think we got a shot. Broncos, I think we got a shot. So, But like I said, 5 to 6 wins, that's me being generous.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. I mean, dang, we got to play the whole NFC East and AFC West. That is frightening.
Yeah, it is.
Not to mention, what teams are in the playoffs? Let's see: the Bucks, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Eagles. So 4 teams on this schedule are currently going to be playing in the playoffs. Well, oof. Yeah, well, we got a lot to do.
And I'll tell you this, man. Next year's going to be a wash. I just got that feeling next year's going to be a wash. Let's build up these players. Let's build up our roster. And let's just sit on next year. That's okay. If you have to do that, you have to do that. First year of a coaching job. Do it.
Yeah.
Just make sure that Tepper is aware. This is what we're doing. We're building up our roster for 2025. We're going to continue building. We're going to continue development of these players. We're going to continue to try to keep these guys here so we can develop them instead of tossing them out to the wind and letting everybody on their team develop them for us and get Pro Bowls.
And who knows? Maybe they'll show some mercy for us and give us one primetime game.
Yeah.
Because we already know we are getting one game in Germany. We do know that.
Yeah.
They just haven't said which one it'll be. But maybe they'll be merciful and give us like a Sunday night or a Monday nighter. But that's I don't know. Even saying that is kind of a reach, if you ask me. But I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll be like, okay, we'll give y'all a primetime game. Because, I mean, we tend
knowing
to
the way they set up that schedule, I don't know.
I really hope that we don't start with 2 back-to-back division games, though. Like, I'd rather not
Wait.
see that. But
got it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm looking for.
But it'll be interesting to see what our roster looks like by the time. But
so let's address Brian Burns now we got all these distractions out of the way. Now here's my thing about Brian Burns. You could either pay this man as a defensive end or you could pay him as a linebacker. Which one are you paying him as? If you're paying him as a defensive end, then he needs to stay here. If you're paying him as a linebacker, you're wasting his talent. You might as well trade him, and somebody else is going to turn him into a Pro Bowler at the defensive end position. Either way, he's going to end up back at the defensive end position. So you might as well put him there and get the most out of the man. Because now, since you have put him at the linebacker position, you have devalued him down to a first and a fourth and a fifth. Fourth or a fifth, sorry. So it's a first rounder and a fourth or fifth for this man right now. He was worth 2 firsts. So if you could find a way to put him back at defensive end, go draft a linebacker. I'm tired of y'all making excuses of why we don't have linebacker depth. That you keep putting people there that don't belong there. Go draft one. Quit screwing around. Go draft one. But we had to make do because, no, we had to have DJ Johnson. We had to trade up for DJ Johnson. We traded 2 picks for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're doing that. Don't lie. You know you're doing it, Panthers management. That's my only bone I've got to pick with Ajaro. That's the difference between a top 10 team and a top 5. You get that linebacker in there, we're good. We are set. You got a corner like Hodges Tomlinson instead of what we got. Granted, we settled for Troy Hill, but that would have been our number 4. You know, with these guys hurt. So, we wouldn't have even had to worry about corner if we picked him up. But no, you picked up Jamie Robinson instead. A safety that we have no use for. Wasting picks on players that don't belong there. So Ajaro is part of the culprit crew here, man. I gotta say it. I gotta call him out. I love him to death, but I gotta call him out. So, again, somebody else is going to turn Brian Burns into a Pro Bowler if you let him go. And you better get value for him. Don't just cut him. Get value for him if you're going to do that. Somebody will take that trade. It's a question of who, though. It's not going to be the Bears because they just got Khalil Mack. Because they couldn't get Brian Burns. And signed him to a fat contract. So whoever gets Brian Burns is going to get a Pro Bowler. We're going to be stuck with no pressure pushing defensive ends that truly match that caliber. So either we have to draft one or we have to sign one. Period.
Yeah.
Part of that money this year's got to go into it. One way or another. Personally, I'd switch him back to defensive end. I'd draft a linebacker. I'd put Chin back to safety. I would toss Jamie Robinson to the wind. So let's put him in a trade package with DJ. Let's see if we can get some picks back. Honestly, that's the first thing I would do if I was GM. The breaking new GM. And then go draft a counterpart to Brian Burns. So that's 2 draft picks we're spending on that. And I don't mind doing it. Because I want to maintain that top 10 defense. Now the rest of those picks have got to be offensive. So,
fair enough.
Again, you're starting to rebuild on the offense. So it will depend on the offensive coordinator. It'll depend on the head coach that we hire. What system are you trying to run? If you want to run the RPO, we need to get RPO type players, which I recommend. And again, I'll pose the question to chat and I'll pose it to Blitz. What type of offense do you think Bryce should run?
Ooh.
What do you think?
I'm kind of torn between RPO and spread.
I'm leaning more towards RPO. Chat, what do y'all think? Let me know. I know it's late. I'm trying to wake y'all up. I'm trying to get y'all active and involved in this still.
This late? Shoot. Most of us got work. What you talking about?
I know. I'm just trying to make sure y'all feel like you're involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the decision-making process here.
But yeah, I'm stuck between RPO and spread.
Okay. Spread's a new one. I'm not sure. I'm leaning more towards RPO.
Okay.
All right, so
That's fair.
so here's what you do if it's an RPO. If it's an RPO, we need 60-40 predominant offensive lineman towards the pass protection. We're going to need a power runner at running back. We're going to need wide receivers that fit the RPO system. And we're going to need plays that fit that system. So you put all that together and you let the offensive coordinator and Bryce Young do their jobs. Do not interfere. Do not meddle. Do not pass go and to collect $200, Mr. Tepper. Leave it alone. Get your hand out the cookie jar, sir. And just let these boys do their jobs. And see what happens after that point.
If you ask me, looking back on it, it seems like this team was trying to run a combination of smash mouth and maybe a little West Coast with the short to intermediate passes, but I don't know.
It doesn't work. I don't even know what we were trying to run. I didn't even recognize even West Coast passes on this one.
Well, because it's typically speedy offense with a focus on short to intermediate passes.
Facts, yeah, true. But I mean, we're dealing with a bunch of shotgun passes, though.
True.
So Frank had no idea what he was doing. Let's just be real. Let's keep it a buck. He had no clue what that plan was gonna be. He had no plan at all. No scheme, nothing. Oh, I'm not gonna show all my cards until regular season, man. BS, BS, and you know it, Frank. You didn't have any plays at all, did you? Quit lying. We see through the curtain, bro. That's garbage. That's why he's gone. Alright, so that's the time I actually did celebrate because I wanted him gone.
I see.
Yeah, so we run that offense. We run that with the picks I just said with defense. It's going to take 2 to 3 years before you fully revamp this offense and have this team in fighting shape. You might have this team in fighting shape in 2025. It's arguable, but you're not going to have depth till the end of 2025 season. Then you got to make sure you re-sign these people and make sure we don't go into debt.
Right.
That's the trick. We need $10 million for rookie signings. Draftees. We need $10 million to make sure we can operate this season. Off those transactions during the season.
Right.
Because of rookie signings, practice squad people, filling the rosters, blah blah blah. Then you got re-signing money, and then whatever's left is free agency money. That's typically how that works. Y'all think I don't know my football, man? Y'all think I don't do my research? Okay. Pull up on me in this chat again like that.
Uh-oh.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm going to tell you to do your own homework.
You tell him to eat his sandwich, he'll tell you to eat your sandwich.
Exactly.
I just
That's just how I roll, bro. That's how I roll in my chat. Y'all know this from day one if you've been here long enough. You
It's like
can't come up in here with that type of energy, bro.
yeah.
It don't work like that. So we got Steve Smith on how Carolina should attack the offseason. And there's an audio clip about 15 minutes with him talking with Kyle Bailey's show. I'm gonna see if I can sum this up. Steve Smith made it clear that the Panthers don't need to find an offense that plays to Bryce's strengths. Nah, I gotta disagree with you, big man, on this one.
Huh?
Steve, nah, man. But rather, the Panthers need to invest in the O-line so they can keep Bryce Young calm in the pocket. Steve, bro, I love you, bro, but no. No, we need to build an entire offense around this dude.
Yeah.
Start from scratch, because it ain't working right now. None of it. Let's see. He did react to Scott Fitter getting let go. And there was reports all week that everybody loves Scott Fitter. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I'll post this on Facebook so y'all can check this out yourselves. I'm not going to spend the time this late, going through that audio. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
I may do it tomorrow when we do Madden Monday. I don't know. But I'm not doing it today.
Fair enough.
Y'all want it? There it is. It's up. Alright. Anything else? Let's see.
I know, that's all I have, so.
DJ Moore reacted. He said, I might have... On Scott Fitter's firing, I might have played a part in that. Oof.
Dang.
Since they traded me, hope he lands on his feet. I mean, that's a very positive response. I like that. He's trying to show love, man.
This is true.
Oh, boy. Okay. As far as the game against the Bucks, I mean, certain players did well. You know who you are. Shout out to you. You put in the energy, you put in the work, you deserve the credit. I don't need to shout those players out. You already know who you are. But I saw some laziness on offense, which pissed me off. Again. Stop calling so many doggone stupid draw plays when you see a loaded box. That's, again, management.
Is it me, or does it seem like every audible that's called is audible to a...
I'm going to keep beating that drum until y'all stop doing it.
I mean, I'm down for audibles, but do you have to audible to a run every time you audible?
You don't... How are you going to have an audible if you don't even know what your system is? That's my problem with that. If you don't have a offensive system whatsoever, there's no audibles. Unless Bryce comes up with them himself. And right now, Bryce is just going, I don't trust this line. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm too busy being chased into oblivion to come up with an audible for you. He spends his days off working on sprint drills so he can get away from defenders.
Seems
Sheesh.
that way.
Let's see. But yeah, much love to Derek Brown, man. Much love.
Oh yeah, he did the
90. It was 103 tackles. 103 tackles, man.
Very impressive indeed.
How in the heck did we have Derek Brown get snubbed from the Pro Bowl? How? How do you snub Derek Brown from the Pro Bowl? Please explain this one to me.
Yeah, I wish I could, but
That makes 0 sense. I voted for the man. Yeah, I put in my vote.
Yeah.
I did my part. That ain't my fault. Oh, God. So, for the second game in a row, we come up with a goose egg.
Yeah, back-to-back shutouts.
That's how we end the season.
Rough way to end.
And I mean, that sums up what we've been doing all year. If anything does, that defense carried again, gave us another chance to win, and we did it again.
But the nightmare is over for now. For now. And I emphasize for now.
It is. Here we go. The NFLPA asked their players to rank their players' offense, defense, and special teams coordinators this fall. Some really interesting outcomes for the Panthers at the top of their lists. Now, this is going to come to a shock for many. Guess who they rated number 2 as the best offensive coordinator? Thomas Brown.
Wow. Well, I mean,
defensively, Ajaro doesn't even make the top 5. How?
dang.
How? In what parallel universe do you put Thomas Brown ahead of Ajaro when that defense has been carrying this team through most of these games this year and darn near gave us a chance to win several of them? How? For what reason are you voting Thomas Brown over Ajaro? I don't get it. Please enlighten me as to how you came about this decision. That's just, oh God.
Yeah.
Why does nothing in this franchise make sense? Nothing. Everything we do is backwards. Meanwhile, Mr. Tepper, the head clown, the head ringleader of this team, this entire franchise, has spent a tenth of our net worth hiring clowns. And now he is working with the consulting firm Sportsology, headed by former Chelsea FC executive Mike Ford. And if you don't know who Chelsea FC is, that's one of the major soccer teams out there. You know, or as England calls them, football. clubs. Per league sources, Ford helped Tepper with his recent Charlotte FC coaching search and is expected to have some role in the Panthers' coaching search. Now, here's my problem with this. Why are you consulting a guy that does soccer to give you consulting on American football? European football is totally different sport-wise than American football. And yet, this is who you're hiring? And we're back. And we're back to ground zero. Yet again.
Yeah.
When I heard he hired somebody, I was just like, oh, what? I was like those gophers off of Groundhog Day. I was just like, I was poking my head out of the hole for a second. I was like, wait. And then I see that and I'm like, ah. And I go back in the hole. Because I saw my shadow. Oh, God. The tiny ray of hope that we had is gone. Just like that. Talking with folks around the league the last few days, a substantial fine and a potential suspension from games was on the table for Mr. Tepper. But during that time period, there was no apology, not a peep from the team. It's unusual to say the least. And that's from Jonathan Jones. That was before he got hit with that $300K fine.
Yeah. Fair point.
There was suspension from games on the table. The NFL's gone soft.
Yeah.
NFL's gone soft. I'm sorry. We're lucky that didn't cost us draft picks.
Yeah, that much is true.
Tepper, you moron. Don't ever do that again.
Right.
Be better than you were yesterday. Please. Anyway,
But yeah, I'm gonna have to get ready and tap out for the evening.
I'll let you do your final thoughts. Also, shout out to all the players that have really put your hearts into this year, man. Chuba, Thomas Brown, Derek Brown, Chin, all of you, man. I freaking love all of you. Smith Marset, Troy Hill. God knows I love y'all, man. I want to give y'all a hug right now. For real. For putting up with this garbage year and actually putting in the work out anyway. That takes spine. Because the old players would have just gave up.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't. Y'all got heart. That's what I like. That's the type of players I love having in this franchise. Stay here, man. Please stay here. I'm begging y'all. Don't leave. Alright, go ahead.
So I'll say this. Alright. Season's over. The nightmare is over for now. I mean, final record is 2-15. Not good, but I mean, everybody did what they could do. Bryce, I know this was a rough rookie year for you, but just keep learning and just take all this in and just break things down piece by piece and just do your part and just fix what you can. Mm-hmm. And I'm trusting that you'll get the help you need. Um, the search for the new GM and new coach begins. Um, Shout out a couple of players: Frankie Louvu, uh, Derek Brown, Troy Hill, J.C. Horn. Was able to finish healthy, so
Mm-hmm.
that's a big plus. Hopefully, next year he'll have a full season. Not to mention he played well in the final game of the season. I mean, just locked down, played well. Um, Chuba, I know you did your best and you ran hard. I will
Mm-hmm.
say you ran hard. Um, Adam Thielen, congratulations on another 1,000-yard receiving season.
Facts, man. Much love.
Um, yeah, absolutely. Uh, yeah, and of course, with no Eddie Pinero, Matthew Wright, what happens? Missed field goal.
Yeah.
Mm,
I'm not even
that,
mad at him.
yeah, it
Nah.
just
You were
it's the
brought in for one
add-on.
field goal. That's fine.
Um, oh yeah, Johnny Hecker. It was nice to meet you. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah.
But everybody, pack it
Likewise.
up. Go spend time with your family and friends, and just do your own workouts and your own learning practices in the off season. And the only thing I could say is don't be complacent.
Yeah.
It was a rough season. It's okay to get angry. It's okay to get turn that into motivation. Turn that into motivation.
Facts.
You know,
Put that
ain't
energy
not
into something positive.
ain't nothing wrong with getting an early start on turning that into motivation and building on that early in the off season. Why
Yep.
not? You know,
Yep.
and David Tepper, dude, are you finally going to start working to get it right? Is this it? Is this the time? Are you finally making your decision that you're going to legit make the effort and actually make this right? Are you going to just be an owner and make this right? Well, we'll be watching. That's all I could say is we'll be watching.
Or will you be a coward and hide in your basement when the media comes calling for you?
Exactly.
Which one are you going to be? Choose wisely.
And whichever GM you get, let him do his job.
Facts. Facts times 100 right there.
When they get the coach, let him do his job.
Mm-hmm.
David Tepper, you know what you need to do? Be an owner.
You're not a GM. You're not a head coach. Stay out of your own. Stay out of your own way. Stay out of everybody else's lane. Stay in your own.
And one last thing, David Tepper, give us a reason to buy tickets to see some games next year. Give us a
Facts.
reason. Going from 2-15, give us a reason. Give us a reason to want to get excited and actually spend some money to come watch Carolina Panther games.
Facts, man. I'm not motivated, bro.
So, I mean,
Make me want to drive for 2 hours, man.
make it worth somebody choosing to invest in a PLE.
Yeah.
Make it worth somebody choosing to invest in single game tickets. Make it worth it for somebody to invest in season tickets.
And for God's sakes, make it worth the amount of money that Charlotte taxpayers are putting into your stadium every single year.
And also, fix the team and the needs before you go into stadium logistics, please.
Facts.
Can you worry about the stadium logistics later? Like, if you want to do stadium logistics, the one thing that should stand out: change the field, get rid of that craptacular injury-causing turf. You want to do that? Yeah, do that.
And
But
NFLPA is going to handle that. They're going to force them to do that.
Anything else stadium-wise, dude, put that on the freaking back burner. Nobody cares about facial recognition software.
Facts.
Nobody cares about what portable Wi-Fi hotspots or whatever type of crap.
For real, though.
Nobody cares. What are you gonna have? Super duper, like bionic purse holders? Like, come on. Like,
how are you going to use all that stuff if nobody shows up to your games?
exactly. It's not gonna mean anything. So, but yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, that's all I got.
It's been a long year. I mean, some of us wish to sit there and reflect. Some of us don't. You know, and I just, my whole thing is, what can we learn from this year? How can we unite as a franchise and as a fan base? I've said this every year. We are so divided, and we just allow ourselves to continue to be divided and not look for ways to heal. And I want that to be a priority in 2024. I'll be the first one to start with it. You know me. I always put my money where my mouth is. I'm always the first one. Be the example you want to set. Mm-hmm. And I want this coaching staff to understand that just because you had a job this year does not mean you're going to have a job next year.
True.
This owner does not know how to stay in his own lane. And Jaro, just because you were successful this year does not mean that you have to stay in Carolina, brother. Like, if he hires a bad head coach, find yourself a place to move up. You deserve it, sir. You've earned it. You put in the work. You've earned it. So I want your name in that head coaching hat. If it's not in there, by the end of this search, I'm going to be royally pissed.
Yeah.
That's just straight up. I'm keeping it a buck on this one.
Especially coaching two different back-to-back top 10 defenses.
Yeah, from scratch. From scratch. It's been very rare when I've ever seen defensive ends do that. Defensive coordinators pull that off. You've earned the right. So, for all the players that are thinking about staying, You have the opportunity to stay here, and we love you. We hope you do stay. You're not guaranteed a spot here next year. And for those that are staying, welcome back. With open arms, I give you the biggest bear hug in the world. As a Panthers fan.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, what's that bear doing? I had to sneak that joke in there somewhere.
Lord.
But one more time for the end of the year, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
yeah, I welcome you back with big open arms, man. But for the players that are leaving, I hope you find the best fit for you. And I hope you succeed wherever you go. Take what you learned with you. But please don't use it against us.
Right. Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. Please don't use it against us. Don't hold a grudge against us. But just, I hope you find success. And much love to all of you. We've endured this whole thing together as one big family. We've had great successes this year. We've had great failures this year. But we learned from every bit of it. We've grown from every bit of it. Except for David Tepper. But, yeah. Hopefully we can even say that he even grew some. Even in his little Grinch heart.
Grinch heart. I guess that's one way to put it.
But, I feel like everybody's grown from this at least a little bit. And like he said, take that negative energy, take that frustration and put it into something positive. Do something that helps you and somebody else.
Right.
We focus so much on the toxicity, on all the negatives and all the anger and all this crap. We fail to see our other human beings around us that are struggling just like us. Take care of each other. Be kind to each other. And no matter what you believe in, just be good to each other, man. We've done so much fighting in this fan base this year, man. I just want to see us heal.
Yeah, we definitely need to.
And people say, wins heal everything. Nah. We can heal each other without those wins. Football is just a game. Football is just a game at the end of the day. Let's be better. We can start by changing ourselves and our actions and our words and just being better.
Right.
And it takes us wanting to do that with all of our hearts.
Yes.
So I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot of stuff that we have to clean up with this franchise.
Absolutely.
We got a lot of work to do, but we'll get there together.
Yeah.
Stick it out. I'm asking you to stick it out.
Yeah,
and to keep pounding through it. Together.
We gotta do.
If we don't, who will? And the people that are still here, man, y'all got some spine. Y'all got some heart, man. I love y'all. That's loyalty. That's passion for this team. That's what we need to start rebuilding the flame, man. But the only way we're going to do that is by working together.
Right.
So, I ask you, if you're a player, how are you going to spend your off season? Are you going to learn? Or are you going to sit on your butt? If you're a fan, how are you going to spend this off season? Are you going to reflect on your thoughts and actions and be kinder towards one another? Or are you going to sit on your butt? To our owner, are you going to change this team and fix it? Or are you going to sit on your butt in your couch in the middle of your basement and be a coward? And I'm yelling that because you pissed me off so much this year that it's unreal. I yell because I care about this franchise, man. I get pissed off because I care. That's passion, that's raw, that's real. And I feel like we all have that in us, man. And I just, we gotta find better ways to show it. And use it. Ah, man. 2-win season. 2-win season. Y'all effed around and found out.
Yeah.
That's all that's all I'm trying to say, man. Y'all effed around and found out. Y'all dug your own grave. Y'all put your own coffin in the ground. Y'all did this to yourselves. Stop blaming everybody but the people who are responsible for it. And fix it. For God's sakes, fix it. Because we can't take much more of this.
Right.
I am not going to sit around for a 20-year drought. I'll go on hiatus for that. You ain't gonna see me come out till we start winning. I'm gonna be straight up real with you. There's nothing more I can teach this management because they just don't want to listen. But as far as the fans are concerned, y'all want me to, so I'll come out. And I'll talk. You know, I'll speak. But it's going to be a long off season.
Yep.
It's going to be long. It's going to be painful. It's going to be frustrating. And you're going to be expecting more of the same next year with that schedule we got. Keep pounding through it. That's my message for everybody right now. Keep pounding through it. Whatever you're struggling with, whatever you're dealing with, keep pounding through it. And I'm telling you, stay busy, distract yourself, get your mind off this team, and this offseason will fly by like nothing. We'll be right back here doing this again, you know, at the end of March.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So if you miss me and you miss my boy Blitzballchamp here, we'll be doing stuff. We'll be doing stuff, man. Especially me. I'll be gaming. So that's how I'm choosing to spend my energy. And working.
Which is not a bad idea at all.
So check out the Shadow Warrior Gaming channel if you want to check out me playing games during this time period until we hire our new head coach and new GM. Once that comes about, we'll be doing a stream together, hopefully, if schedule permits. And obviously, Madden Mondays are in full swing for my channel. Come on by. We'll be doing that tomorrow. So, this is not goodbye. This is see you later.
Oh, absolutely.
This is see you soon. You know what I'm saying? We will see you very, very soon. Because I'm going to tell you, hit that follow and notification button because we're going to be doing a lot of work in April. April's going to be nuts. So, I'll be doing some live streaming on as far as like covering playoff games. I'll put some polls up. We'll see what we want to react to. It'll be y'all's choice, and we'll go from there. But I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for a fantastic year. Thank you for the opportunities. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for all the great friendships that we've strengthened and even gained this year. I love every part of this and what we're doing, because it gives me a chance to connect to so many incredible people like my man Blitz here, who we got the pleasure and joy to stream from a restaurant this year. I mean, how cool is that? How freaking cool is that?
Had a delicious Reuben sandwich as well.
We got to meet in person, man. This is real. These are real friendships that we're getting through this. And I love every second of it. And I cannot wait to continue that journey.
More to come.
More to come. More to come. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And follow my page for updates. Please. Facebook group page, keep pounding, in all caps. Go follow it. That'll let you know what I'm doing all off season long. And take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And I will see you guys soon. That being said, I'm done.
Well, that'll do it for this live stream. Want to thank everybody for coming out, and everybody for opening up and letting out their frustrations and just getting it all out to close out this season. But yeah, keep an eye on our channels. Also, shout out to Mr. Carolina. Be sure you follow his channel, Bleeding Carolina Blue Podcast, on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
And just, keep an eye out. Hit those notification bells for content of when we either go live or upload videos. So definitely, everybody keep their eyes out, their ears open. And
those hiring could happen at any point, so eyes open, follow buttons, please.
Yes, and by all means, if any info that y'all have, by all means, reach out.
Yep.
Totally open to being reached out.
Yep.
And we will go from there.
Yep.
But for another Carolina Panthers Talk live here on the U to the Tube and the Facebook, we are your host, Blitzballchamp, and
keep pounding.
We will catch y'all in the off season, as well as in the future of days. Until then, God bless. See y'all soon. Peace out. And clear.
All right. For my channel, thank you guys so much for a great year. Love you all.
Thank you.
Shout out to Lock Poppy. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to David Screws. And anybody else that decided to pop by and hang out with us. We appreciate it. Much love to you. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night for Madden Monday. I'll be announcing that as far as what time that'll be real soon. I got some stuff to do during the day, so we'll get that started, and I'll let you guys know when I'm free to do it. I may just start randomly, so we'll see. But come on by for some Madden content. We'll be doing that all off season. And I fully encourage it because I'll be doing the full draft. So you guys will get to see how I draft, what my draft process is, everything. So, how I build my draft board, all of that. So, really excited to show you that. And, yeah, any new news, we'll post it and we'll let you guys know. But, Shadow Warrior Gaming, of course. Catch me on Twitch, Shadow Warrior 645 with 1W. I'll be Twitch streaming a lot. I don't know what my man Blitz is gonna do, but that's what I'm gonna be doing.
Yeah, definitely.
You got any plans for that?
I know I definitely still need to finish up my playthrough Final Fantasy 16. And FYI, come February, end of February, it will be full stream ahead on Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. That will be getting a lot of my attention.
Heck yeah. I'm in for that.
But, yeah, a lot to do, a lot to look forward to. If you're a pro wrestling fan, be sure to check out videos I upload.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, that's what I'm bringing to the table.
If you don't have Twitch, it's a free downloadable app for your phone or mobile device or whatever device you're using, or the website. So go check it out. And if you want to get some of those games yourself, go on Steam. Go on the Steam website. That being said, that will do it for me. And I appreciate you guys so much. Again, all the new follows this year, all the new subs. Much love. Welcome to the family. Love it, man.
Welcome to the
big
family
hugs.
indeed.
Big hugs to all of you. We'll see you guys soon. Stay happy, healthy, and well. As I said before. And we'll catch you all next time.
Peace out.
One more time. Blitzballchamp.
That's me.
And good pounding. Had to finish strong, man. See y'all soon.
Peace.